What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right. I guess it's Friday night. Then it must be the Radio Baloney Live. I am your host, Richie Baloney. I'm going to try and be my chipper self tonight. It's been a weird couple of days, a depressing couple of days. And something has been weighing heavily on me. And I think I realized what it is. When I first, I think I figured out specifically what it was, aside from just the horror at what had happened and the reactions. Specifically, when I first started this channel years ago now, one of the things I talked about a lot and warned about was that the left was building an army of revolutionaries. They were building their own Red Guard. They were turning out a new cohort of Red Guard every single year. This was what they were working at. They were working to radicalize young people every year, churning them out. This army that they can set loose on Western civilization, an army of revolutionary communists, a Red Guard of young radicals, young psychopaths, ideologues. Well, I'm afraid, folks, I hate to tell you this, the Red Guard is here, and they've revealed themselves. We've all seen it. They're not hiding. They don't feel like they need to hide it. They're proud of it. They're here, and they're here in numbers, and they're here in numbers large enough that they don't feel slightly embarrassed, slightly ashamed. They're not worried. We're talking... It's not just the students they're pumping out every year. They go into every institution. So they grow up. They never leave the Red Guard, even when they grow up. It's not just for students anymore. We've seen the comments. We've seen it from doctors, from nurses, from teachers, every institution, from lawyers, every institution they're in now. And they're not hiding. And they don't care. They feel if you have a professor, and we'll go through some of these, if you have a professor, okay, at say Mount Royal University, wherever, if you have a professor expressing their glee at political assassinations, they feel perfectly comfortable saying perfectly comfortable being gleeful, publicly gleeful, because everybody around them is the same and thinks the same. That's why they feel no shame. That's why they seem to be confused when they get fired. Well, why would I get fired? Everybody agrees with me. This is not a fringe. This isn't a few people. Okay, this is a large percentage of the people around you. It's here. It's here now. That's what's been weighing heavily on me. It's horrifying and it's terrifying when you realize, no, it's actually happening. They actually exist. This isn't just a figment of our imaginations. No, it turns out when you indoctrinate, when you radicalize generations year after year, with poison, with self-hatred, with hatred for people who disagree with them. Guess what? That'll have an effect. You'll create an army of psychopaths. And if you do it long enough, you do it for decades, those same people, they'll never grow up. They'll just stay that fucking communist Peter Pan forever. And they'll be your judge. They'll be your lawyer. They'll be the dean of the university. They'll be your public representative. They'll be your politicians. They'll be everywhere. And that's what's happened. That's what's happened. It is impossible to see, it's impossible to see the behavior of the left and not be horrified and not say, hold on a second, something has to change. It's impossible to take a look at the poll numbers, which we're going to do tonight, and say, hold on. Well, everybody was asleep. Something terrible has happened. Something terrifying has happened. I only say this because, history is not confused on this at all. Just, spend an hour take a look at like Maoism, Cultural Revolution. Take a look at the Soviet Union. Take a look at Marxist-Leninism. Take a look at the Red Terror. Take a look at collectivization. Take a look at the purges. Take a look at the killing fields of Cambodia. Take a look at, 1 in 4 Cambodians dying for the ideology that these people support and apparently lust for, and have been completely desensitized to the effects of, the consequences of it. These are the gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet people. And they know very well. They've made it clear. They know those few eggs is millions of people. It can't be denied. It's not it's not paranoia. It's not a figment of anyone's imagination. It's there in front of everybody's eyes right now. Now, I am opposed to violence personally because I'm not a psychopath. And I still have faith that the institutions can serve their purpose. These institutions that have lasted us for so long, the political institutions that have served us well for so long, that they still have value. I'm not a revolutionary. I'm not a communist revolutionary. I'm not a psychopath. I don't want what they want. My hope is that across the West, that people that are just kind of reflexive leftists, they're moderates, but they don't really know anything. They're not really paying attention, that they will see this reaction, see what the people around them really are, and be like me 10, 12 years ago, whatever it was, and say, I don't want to be around these people anymore. I don't like these people. These people are bad. I'm going to work against them now. That's my hope. My hope is that in the next presidential election in the United States, J.D. Vance doesn't win by 3 points, that he wins by 15, 20 points. Because that's what's going to have to happen. Like, it's going to have to just be politically non-viable. There's other things that are going to have to happen. The ideology is going to have to be dug out. It's going to have to be dug out, root and branch, because you can't have a bunch of revolutionary communist psychopaths running your country, educating your children. You just can't. How exactly did you go about that? Well, for one thing, completely defunding the institutions. That's one. If they're going to be psychotic leftists, well, they're going to have to do it on their own. They don't get our help. Anyway, I said I was going to be my chipper self. But I've been thinking a lot. I've been kind of stunned. And obviously, there's a personal tragedy, and the whole thing is just shocking. But there was something else. And I knew Roundup, obviously there's something rising, which is inhuman and indecent and horrific and anti-human. But I wanted to be able to put my fingers precisely on what it was for me. That's what this is. The things we've been warning about, they're here. The Red Guard is here now. All right. I need to calm down. I need to calm down. All right. Let's get back to our regular programming and get this show back to what it normally is. All right, hold on. We need a change of pace. What about the weather? Anybody like the weather? Let's get to the chat, people. Well, let's see. I want to see who got first likes. Trudeau Survivor got the first like over on Rumble. I'm saying that's a quintuple good karma for you, my friend. Looks like retired Coastie Chief got as well, but on YouTube. That means that you also get quintuple good karma, my friend. Quintuple, that's 5 times. Coastie says that, but not first like. Well, no, it's each platform. If you were to get the first like, so everybody knows that we're streaming on Rumble, we're streaming on YouTube, we're streaming on X, we're streaming on Locals. If you got first like in all of those, that would be that'd be 20 good karma tonight. In these troubled times, who could turn their back on that? You'd have to be crazy. Anyway, Judo Survivor says, I know Radio Baloney karma works. I got a free bag of kettle potato chips because the scan price didn't match the shelf price. I went back to the grocery store the next day and the shelf price was still wrong. So I got a second bag for free. The store policy is the scan price must match the shelf price or the item is free, up to $10 off. That, my friends, right there is the power of Radio Baloney Live Karma. I love these testimonials. I get them all the time. All the time. Let's see. Let's see. Spambot Fodder got the second like. That is quadruple. Quadruple good karma for you, my friend. Excellent work. Excellent work. I know you're going to use it wisely. Let's see. Chef Rigo says, if you go back to ScrewTube, I left you a message. Well, I'll check it out after the stream. Let's see. Spambot Fodder says, I have been busy all day. Forwarding to the DHS all the Canadians celebrating the assassination. I have been asked for positive confirmation that they will be refused U.S. entry. So far, so good. I absolutely 100% support this. So the Trump administration has said that anybody who's been celebrating the political assassination, the far left extremist, terrorist, a political assassination of Charlie Kirk will not be welcome in the United States. I'm sure they're busy kicking people out right now. And I support that 100%. Why should you want terrorist supporters in your country? I don't want them in Canada. Why should the United States have them? No, absolutely 1%. I support this 100%. I'm at the point now where, like, I'm not for free speech for people who hate free speech, who would kill you rather than have you talk. I'm sorry, they don't get it. If somebody on the other side of the aisle from me disagrees with me respectfully, respects my right to speak my mind, fine, no problem. I'll defend that person. I'm not defending fucking terrorists. Okay, I'm not defending revolutionary communists, totalitarians who would applaud if you were killed for disagreeing with them. No, sorry. They don't get nothing for them. They get nothing. All right. Rosie got like number 4, so that would be double good karma for you. Very nice. How you doing, Rosie? Let's see. Looks like there's a lot of chat already. We're going to be getting through this for a minute. I think you guys know what we're going to be starting. Well, maybe just get to the menu quickly. Of course, obviously, we're going to be spending some time on Charlie Kirk and the reaction and everything that's going on around this. We're going to go to some polls, some really, truly disturbing polls. And then we're going to go to Canada. When I say that the left is the same everywhere, they are across the world. They are part of the same hive mind. Okay, I'll show you in Canada. They're exactly the same as the American lunatics. We're going to take a look at that. And of course, the Canadian media has to get in as well. Canadian media, shameful, just gross. Gross. They will never learn, by the way. They will never learn. The CBC will never learn. These people are infected with the mind virus. I don't think it's even cynical. I think these people are just ideologues at this point. They're infected by the mind pathogen. They just need to be defunded. You can't give them money. Of course, that's not going to happen until we have another election. But it needs to happen. Trump is talking about investigating George Soros. I fully support that. Watch my video on George Soros that is published on, I think it's on YouTube. I may not have put it on YouTube. It's definitely on Rumble. George Soros and the Open Societies Foundation. It's basically a primer on evil. So watch that. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to go through Black Wednesday, and you can understand why one of the reasons why George Soros is such a terrible human being. Somebody who was happy for millions of people to suffer. And I will show you that. We've got Pierre Poilievre fighting back against the liberals. This is what needs to happen. The liberals are a radical left, extremist left-wing party. And the more everybody realizes that, the sooner everybody realizes that, the better. By the way, it took Carney's office. It took Carney's social media people, 6-7 hours to respond to the Charlie Kirk assassination. And you know what was happening. They're all behind the scenes trying to figure out what they can say, what they can't say. Oh, I don't know. I mean, obviously they would all hate Charlie Kirk. It's gross. The Liberal Party is gross. Hold on. We got Canadian crime. We're going to see that. Canada's falling apart. We've got the EU, as shameful as always. We've got RFK here talking about, well, this is a message that I just don't see how anybody could be opposed to it. Just accountability within, the medical establishment. I just don't, pharmaceutical companies, I just don't see how anybody could be against it. Sort of thing lefties used to be into. Shows how they never had any principles at all, doesn't it? I don't know if we're going to get into that. Actually, we've got memes, got lots of memes here. They're, a lot of them are, it's kind of a somber meme review tonight, considering, some of the stuff we're going to go through. Canadian economy, we're going to talk about the new, well, it's not even new, but it's getting jacked up. Carbon tax in Canada, everything from the Liberals is a lie. Yeah, we've got some more comments on the media and how they handle things and just the inherent bias of them, how they make everything worse. We've got Elon Musk talking about AI. We'll get into that. We've got a new poll in Canada, which I'm not really buying. Then we've got the last one of the night, which has just got a bunch of the last bookmark of the night. It's got a bunch of just different random stuff, and we'll go through it. It's got a bunch of stuff in there from last week I forgot to take out, so we'll have to ignore that. So that's everything we're going to talk about. Let's get back to the chat. I'll put on the weather. Will you guys wait? Let's see while we go through the chat. All right. All right. One other thing before we get started on the chat. I'm just going to keep having to do this for a while. I've started a new channel on YouTube. Rumble people, don't worry. X people, don't worry. Everything's still just going on the same channel there. But on YouTube, I've started a second channel. This is where all of the world news, the U.S. news, the meme reviews, everything that's not the live streams and Canada News, which is going to go onto the original channel here, which has 13,000 subscribers. Everything that's not the live streams and Canada News is now going to go on Radio Baloney News. We just started it a week ago. It's still very small. The algorithm is not going to let you know this exists. So I really count on you guys to just go and subscribe to it yourself. That's the only way it's going to grow. So I thank you for that very, very much. All right. Trudeau Survivor says, I wonder how the percentages of celebrating ghouls compare with the U.S. and Canada. I would imagine U.S. has more Charlie Kirk haters per capita. I think there's more leftists in Canada. Canada is more leftist. I would say as a percentage of the population, there's more of the ghouls here. Per capita, obviously in just gross numbers, and I use the word gross very intentionally, in gross numbers would be the U.S. Let's see. Izzy got like number 6. I'm going to say that is 1.125. Good karma for you. Nice. Yeah, everybody subscribe. Everybody like the stream. Everybody send me all of your money, life savings, whatever. I don't care. That's fine. And but seriously though, one thing that really does help is when people subscribe, become channel members or gift memberships. That really helps. Let's see. What state has the largest amount of conservative total in the country? What state? Like, talking about the states? Are you talking about Canada there, like provinces? If you're talking Canada, it's Alberta. In the states, I don't know, Texas, I guess. I'm gonna go through. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says in the 2024 election, Texas had the highest number of votes for Trump, 6.4 million. Yeah, that's not surprising. Dramus, how you doing, Dramus? Says we need to start saying no, enough. Yeah. Yep. Rosie, a $2 rant. That means Rosie gets best person ever. Every other person in history, anybody you can think of, anybody you admire, all human garbage compared to Rosie. One more time. All right. Thank you, Rosie. Izzy was gifted a membership by Rosie. That means Rosie is best person ever twice. Let's go. That is a double best person ever. Obviously, I don't care who you admire in history. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of great people. All human garbage compared to Rosie. Best person ever. And all for less than the cost of a brand new Tesla Cybertruck. So what kind of deal is that? That's a pretty good deal. Let's see. Rosie says, no need to calm down. We are all dismayed, wounded, sad. Well, it is a Rubicon has been crossed, and it was the reaction that we saw. And it's not just a few people, and we'll get to that. We'll get to the polling, right? They've announced themselves, right? Like the revolutionary communists, the Red Guard have announced themselves, and they're confident. And it all looks different from here on out. Chef Rico says that retired Coast Guard chief sounds like one hell of a guy. We know he is. Best person ever. Let's see. Let's see. Spambot says Alberta, followed by Saskatchewan and the Territories, has the highest percentage of conservatives. Yeah, for sure. Brian Watson over on YouTube. Good to see you. I heard the speech by Charlie's wife. Best speech I ever heard. Moved me deeply. I haven't seen it yet. But I imagine it's very, very emotional, obviously. Chef Rico says, Richie, there are only 4 states that annoy us, that annoy the rest of us. New York, California, Texas, and if you're from New York, it's Massachusetts, because they think their state is the best ever. The best ever. If you've got San Francisco, if you've got what has become of San Francisco, if you've got a city like San Francisco, one of the most beautiful cities in the world, in my opinion, used to be, and you turn it into what it is now, just a filth, human waste covered zombie land, yeah, you don't get to consider yourself a great state. You're doing something very, very wrong. All right. So let's get to it. I want to get to these polls first. Okay, they're back here. All right. Do you generally consider it to be acceptable or unacceptable for a person to be happy about the death of a public figure they oppose? So this is a new poll, September 11th, 2025. So here's Democrats, Independents, Republicans, all. So always acceptable, 4% for Democrats, 2% Republicans. Usually acceptable, 7% Dems, 4% Republicans. And here's where we see the major change. Usually unacceptable, 33% Democrats, 12% Republicans. So on the question of whether it's ever acceptable, we've got usually unacceptable, usually acceptable, always acceptable. So usually unacceptable means sometimes it's acceptable. You've got 44% of Democrats. You got 38% saying always unacceptable. Because always unacceptable is the right answer. I think we can all agree on that, right? So you got 44% of Democrats who can see a situation where it's acceptable. Republicans, that would be 18%. So when you consider, if they say, well, if you could go back in time and assassinate Hitler, right? Well, guess what? They think that you're Hitler. They think everybody who disagrees with them is Hitler. This is a scary number. It's 44 to 18%. That's a very big difference. Also, not sure. 18% of Democrats are not quite sure. And maybe you can take that as, well, maybe, And Republicans, 5%. There is a difference. These are not the same. Okay, these are not the same. We are not the same as this. Here is the poll that Charlie Kirk posted talking about political support for political assassination back in April of this year, right? Justification for murder of Elon Musk and Donald Trump. This one is even worse. Left of center, 50%. I think there's a justification for murdering Elon Musk. Donald Trump, 56%. 56% left of center. And when you consider this poll was done, well, it was published on conducted September 11th. So this was after the assassination. That may have figured into these numbers a little bit. It was probably higher beforehand. I mean, this is terrifying. When I say, the revolutionaries are here, the Red Guard is here. Okay, they've built it. They've built up their army of revolutionaries. They tried them out in 2020. They tried them out in 2020, and they fulfilled the Democrats' hopes entirely. caused billions of dollars of damage. It went on for a couple of months, couple of dozen people killed, looting, violence. So I'm sure the Democrats were very satisfied. I mean, look, mainstream media loved it. They loved those rioters. They loved those revolutionary communists and Antifa and looters. They loved it. They supported it. They told us that. They told us this is good. They're doing the right thing. Hey, they had everybody locked down. Everybody had to stay inside or else everybody was going to die. And then all of a sudden, well, unless you want to go do this, unless you want to go and try and burn down your civilization to the ground, then you can go out for that. So, no, ladies and gentlemen, it's here, right? That Red Guard we keep being warned about, I've been warning about for years, they're here. They're here now. And in fact, here they are. Look at this. Look at this. This is psychopath Peter Pan. This is Red Terror Peter Pan right here. Who is this? Canadian leftist Devin Cassidy, who worked at Legal Aid BC, Canadian, has been fired. She posted a video of herself hysterically laughing and celebrating the killing of Charlie Kirk. Legal Aid BC has released a statement calling her now a former employee. But guess what? They fired her because they have to. But guess what? The reason she feels so free to do this is because everybody she works with agrees with her. She can't imagine that the people that she get in trouble for this, everybody agrees with her. Why can't you do this? This is the culture. This is somebody who has gone through the education, the indoctrination mill, and it's just become communist revolutionary Red Terror Peter Pan. Will never grow up.
Charlie Kirk got shot and he's dead. Finally, somebody with a gun, which is almost everybody in the fucking States, grew a pair and fucking went and shot somebody on the right side. Thank you. Can we keep this up, please?
They actually think in their heads, this is how confused they are. They actually think that it's the right is right. So you've had 2 assassination attempts on President Trump. You just had Charlie Kirk shot dead in public. Like, their brains are rotten. Okay, these people's brains are rotten. Okay, they're beyond help at this point. This person's never going to grow up. Right? This is going to be communist revolutionary Peter Pan forever. Like, listen to this demon here.
Basically, I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden, just tons of blood gushing right out.
Just a demon, enjoying it. This is what has been created, okay? Look at this. George Aberon-Onye, I don't know what his name is. I don't care. This guy, incoming president of the Oxford Union, wearing joggers, slippers, and a T-shirt while debating Charlie Kirk. George was just exposed for celebrating Charlie's murder, just months after meeting him. George is a classless cretin. Don't be like George. George is a communist revolutionary. Okay, this is a guy who looked Charlie Kirk in the eyes not very long ago. And now celebrating his death. They're telling us what they are. Listen to him.
To effectively create change in the world we desire. And Side Prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too regressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary. To effectively create...
By any means necessary, violence. Violence. These are communist revolutionaries. These are political terrorists. They're telling us that. Okay, they're telling us that. This guy didn't even have the grades to get into Oxford. He's got a diversity spot there. Do you really think that this is how corrupt these institutions are? Incoming president of the Oxford Union. This is how corrupt they've become. They're telling us, they're showing us what they're about. These are not about education anymore. It's about indoctrination. Right? This is when you see this, okay? When you see this, okay? That's who these people are, okay? And it's not a few of them. It's half of them. It's half of the left. It's half of them now. They're here. They've built their army, and they're here now. Look, now they're trying to say that they're just lying and saying Charlie Kirk shooter turned out to be a white male who donated to Trump's presidential campaign. No, that's just not true. That's a lie. It's an obvious lie. It's an obvious lie. Carmine Sabia here. They really want you to believe that Tyler Robinson, who murdered prominent conservative Charlie Kirk and called him a fascist, is not a Democrat. Well, he's a leftist. He's a leftist. There is no evidence that the shooter donated to Donald Trump's campaign. The original poster who made this claim has since corrected himself and apologized. They don't care. They just don't care. Hold on. There's something else I wanted to show you. Here. This is the governor of Utah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger.
Yeah, they're going to keep these shameless, soulless monsters are going to keep pushing lies. Hold on, I got to go to the top here. There we go. The underlying values of leftism are envy, hate, resentment, unequal treatment under the law, and violence. And it always has been. You go right back to the French Revolution, right? Right back to the French Revolution. From Roderick Hu, I think I found the person spreading lies, hate, and calling for war. Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and MAGA Republicans are a threat to the very soul of this country. Donald Trump, greatest threat. Joe Biden, genuine threat to the nation. Threat to our freedom. Threat to democracy. Threat to America, everything America stands for. Here we go. Threat to our democracy. Trump poses many threats to our country, but the greatest threats he poses is to our democracy. If we lose that, we lose everything. Let's see. He sounds like an extremist to me. Joe Biden sounds like an extremist. He's spreading lies, misinformation, disinformation, hate, and essentially calling for violence. How about this from Jonathan Turley? MSNBC's Jen Psaki actually declared Trump's criticisms of the rhetoric on the left to be, quote, an escalation after the Kirk assassination. We are already at political assassinations, so I am not sure how much more room for escalation there may be for Psaki or MSNBC. They're shameless. They are shameless, and they're in on it, and they're part of it. Hold on. All right. This is from April 3rd. A mob of violent Antifa members carried out a violent conspiracy to rob and attack a TPUSA table featuring Officer Tatum during broad daylight at UC Davis on April 3rd. UC Davis police stood by and did nothing against the masked mob. And they did nothing for security at the Charlie Kirk event, which is outrageous, right? If they had had proper security, okay, Charlie Kirk would still be alive. The killing of Charlie Kirk occurred after years of violent attacks by the far left on conservative students and speakers at taxpayer-funded institutions. And, you know, the words far left have to become a part of the news vocabulary because they don't. Apparently, far anything or extreme anything only occurs on the right for some weird reason. Even when it's right in front of their faces, they refuse to acknowledge it. That has to change. Here we are. What was this? Left of center, 50%. Think that the murder of Elon Musk would be justified, 56%. Think the murder of Donald Trump would be justified, 56%. Who are they? Here they are. They are here now.
Well, now that Charlie Kirk's gone, Miss Candace Owens, I suggest you stay home with your white baby and your white husband and shut the fuck up and stay out of the limelight. Okay? Stay safe out there, girl. You gonna need it.
You cannot have a civilization when people like this are deciding what is and isn't acceptable discourse. You just can't. You can't run a country. These people will burn civilization to the ground. And this might as well be probably a professor, probably a judge. All right, let me get back to the chat for a second. Hold on. I think I saw something wonderful happened. That happened. Let's see. Bad Uncle Frank. How you doing, Bad Uncle Frank? Bad Uncle Frank was gifted a membership by Spambot Fodder. My good God. Here we go. Spambot Fodder has done probably the most beautiful thing that can be done by any person throughout all of history. He has gifted a membership to Radio Baloney to Bad Uncle Frank over here on Rumble. What a beautiful, beautiful thing. At this point, who can say anything other than we all know that every other person, and look, there's been some great people aside from, we're not including Charlie Kirk in this, by the way. He is also with the best person ever thing. But aside from him and Spambot Fodder, everybody else, human garbage. Let's see. Nevada says, how you doing, Nevada? Charlie was trying to help younger people. He never hurt anyone. Yep. And all the people that they say that he had hate for, gay people, whatever. Like, there's videos of him being kind to all of them. They're just liars. Let's see. Nevada says, we need to have a talk about what to do with the commies. Well, in a country where it's possible, First thing, they like economically, like the institutions just have to be strangled economically. They cannot get any taxpayer dollars. So every university now has to be defunded. It cannot get any public funds anywhere in the West. But, realistically, the only place that it can happen is the U.S. right now because of Trump. But they need to be denied funds until they just cut out the cancers, right? Like, I'm almost of the mind that just like liberal arts should be just banned entirely. Just fire all of them. Just gone and then rebuild it up over the next like 5 years or something. So that it's not, there are whole disciplines, the whole critical theory stuff, all of that critical gender theory. There's a huge industry around this now, around just literal gender and race communism. That all needs to just go. It should be not one public dollar to any university that has any of that or any instructor who has anything to do with that. It all needs to be cut out. It's just poison. It's destroying the West. It is destroying the West. It has caused this. This is serious, okay? This is serious. Half of left of center people think that political assassination is just fine. Okay, like it's going to need something real to happen. Trump is going to have to take real action. Like it's the universities that have caused this. It's the all those people running the institutions now, they all went through universities. That's where they got indoctrinated. That's where they got radicalized. It has to happen. It has to. Like all of the fake disciplines, they all have to go. They just can't be tolerated in a free society. I know, is that ironic or is that hypocritical? No. At some point, you have to say you cannot allow your country to be overrun with poison, with a poisonous ideology that is against. Like, you can only have free speech in a country where everybody agrees that free speech matters, right? That having a respectful discourse matters. If the majority of people believe, no, you should just be able to kill people you disagree with, it's over. You can't have it anymore. There has to be some restriction. That stuff has to go. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not going to defend anybody who's getting fired over celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. No, they should get fired. Okay. That is a lot different from just saying, like, you agree with basic biology. Okay. It's a lot different. This is support for and encouragement for political violence, for assassinations. Okay. Now, I'm not defending their right to free speech. Sorry. No. I'm not going to defend somebody who would want you dead for disagreeing with them. No, I'm sorry. They don't get it. They don't get that privilege. Sorry. Mickey says, how you doing, Mickey? He was impossible to debate. He was number one. Yep. That's why they got him. Bad Uncle Frank says, all Charlie spoke about are morals, family values, and personal responsibility. All things they hate. So these things, everything you just listed there, Bad Uncle Frank, is on the Smithsonian. In fact, let's bring it up. Because I'm not making it up. Newsweek, Smithsonian whiteness. Okay, Smithsonian is about as, establishment normie as you get, right? Smithsonian race guidelines, rational thinking, and hard work are white values. Aspects and assumptions of whiteness and white culture. Just pure, unadulterated racism. Race hatred here. What did Bad Uncle Frank say there? Family values. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Nuclear family. That's whiteness. That's whiteness. That's white supremacy to them. Okay, they hate it. No personal responsibility. Personal responsibility. Let's see. Individual is a primary unit, self-reliance, independence, and autonomy. Individuals assumed to be in control of their environment. Hard work is the key to success. Work before play. Yeah, these are all things that they hate. All things that they hate. It makes sense they would hate Charlie Kirk for that, because they're being told to hate Charlie Kirk for that. They're being told to hate him by the Smithsonian. And I'm telling you, the Smithsonian didn't make this up on their own, okay? Let's go back to the weather. JJ Nevada says the stinking commies think they're just going to kill everyone they disagree with. Yes, they do. They're willing to do that. Like we need to recognize that now, right? Like they're not kidding. They mean what they're saying. Chef Rico says they can still offer them, just not funded with loans. Well, not funded with any public money. If there wants to be a university that wants to offer, insane, like fantasy world disciplines, fine. But there's not going to be any jobs for them because you won't be able to have DEI departments and corporations. It all has to go. It has to be removed, root and branch. Nevada says if the FBI was worth their weight in salt, they would be making a list of everyone in favor of his death. Well, not just in favor, celebrating it. Mickey says they got the freedom to speak. They chose hate. They are everything that they accuse us of being. Everything. They had freedom. Yeah, Mickey says they had the freedom to speak. They chose hate. Yep. Judo Survivor says, I think a list already exists. It's called Blue Sky. Yeah, I think I've actually got some stuff from that actually that's coming up. Let's see. Chef Rico says, so if those are white supremacy, then I guess Asians are the whitest of the supremacists. Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable fact that they don't want to deal with. So they call Asians, what do they call a model minority? As like an insult. Mickey says, apparently Canadians that cheered his death are banned from the USA. Well, it's anybody from any other country, and I absolutely approve of that. Rogue Thought, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's see. Chef Rico says, like Mao, Pol Pot, Stalin, Castro, they killed their detractors. Yes, that's the point. That's what they support. These people are revolutionary communists. They support that. I'm not saying they're all going to. They all have plans to. But if it happens, they will like it. They want it to happen. All right. Let's get back to where we were. All right. Breaking. New Zealand's Maori Christians pay tribute to Charlie Kirk with haka at vigil in central London. Charlie was loved worldwide. He really was, actually. Those videos of him went viral, inspired a lot of people. That's pretty good. Can we just get them to go to like every Western country and deal with the leftists? They look serious. So what's this? Jennifer, urgent for your information. After Charlie Kirk, on the Blue Sky app, there are people asking for the next person to be targeted. In fact, Blue Sky had to ask their users to stop being psychopaths on the platform. Yeah, a little bit late. The platform is designed for psychopaths, so there's a problem. Asking for the next person to be targeted on Blue Sky. So the psychopaths there are asking for J.K. Rowling, Matt Walsh, Trump, Ben Shapiro, libs of TikTok, Elon Musk, Andy No. Look at this is the whole app, though. That's just the whole app, or it's like 80% of the app. This is good, and we're going to play this in a second. But first, I want to go with the best person ever. We're also including honorarily Charlie Kirk and all of these. Best person ever for Mickey296 for gifting a membership to Rogue Thought, which is just, it's probably the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. See, that's what the best people ever do. They gift memberships to Radio Baloney. They gift them to their friends, to the other good people in the world who can really use it. Mickey, one of a kind, a real beauty. What can I say? Best person. Let's do it one more time. All right. Thank you so much. And it's really the best thing anybody can do for my channel. It really, really helps, and I appreciate it. Let's see. Where's Rosie? Rosie's been in here, but she's usually got other tasks she has to do. She comes in and out. Spambot Father says, I replied to this video on X. It's not walk, it's run. It's run. And Nevada says, best person ever spent. We did spam. We already did Spambot. We already got it. You missed it. We did it, though. All right. Let's check this out. And this is what kind of needs to happen, because it can't be socially acceptable. Like, cheering on political assassination cannot become socially acceptable. Unfortunately, it is right now amongst the left. Again, we go back to the polling. It's half of them. It's half of the left. Cannot be. That cannot go unopposed. It needs to be recognized. There is a major, in fact, I would say an existential problem with that.
Man, I'm going to go ahead and say it, dog. Hey, Democrats, man, y'all cooked, bro. I'm talking about, man, I be looking at my news feeds, man. I posted that shit about black and white conservatives coming together. Man, I had Asians coming in that thing. Latinos coming in that thing. I even think I seen like an Armenian American. Blur. Listen, man. Cooked. Y'all cooked. Extra crispy. No batter. Y'all might want to just start all the way over. Like, just go ahead and sit out for these little 20 years. Let the people get back, back where they want to be, and forget that y'all snakes, and then y'all try to sneak back in. But as of right now, the Latino community, Asian community, black community, white community, fucking Armenian community. Dog, I done had Filipino Americans in my inbox telling me they with it too. It's over. Man, I'm going to go ahead and say it.
This is what needs to happen, right? And it needs, because, you don't want what comes after elections, right? You want elections to work. And, in the next election in the United States, hold on. Sorry. I had a frog in my throat. in the next election in the United States, you don't want it to be, the Republicans to win by 3 points. It'll be probably J.D. Vance. You don't want them to win by 3 points. You want them to win by 15 points, 20 points. And what you want is that the non-crazy people who vote Democrat to just go, I can't be a part of this anymore. I'm surrounded by lunatics. I don't like these people. No, I feel like I've got more in common with the other side. Those people so how many millions are just reflexive Democrat voters? They're not connected. They're not paying attention. They just do it they watch a bit of the evening news, but they're not really connected. They don't really know what's going on. You need those people to know what's going on and to say, hell no, I don't want to be a part of this. These people are crazy. These people make me sick. These people are disgusting. And it needs to be really the Democrats need to be punished electorally so that the leadership of that party says we need to get rid of these psychopaths in our midst. And we need to go back 20, 30 years in our rhetoric because this is not sustainable and we're losing, even if it's just for cynical political reasons. That's what needs to happen. I thought this from Ben Shapiro here was really important. He says, we will never stop debating and discussing. Let's take a look.
Now, it's still up to us. I saw a lot of rumors online today. I was made aware of this by my team that I canceled some sort of college tour. That's bullshit. I saw those rumors. They are false. I will be coming to college campuses, many of them this year. So will we all, I am sure. Because we're Americans, and we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it. And to those who would intimidate, who would seek to stop us, who would seek to end free discussion, who believe that they have ownership over public spaces and can violently threaten and kill people who speak freely, we are not going to stop. And I have 2 words. Fuck you. We will not stop telling the truth. We will never stop telling the truth. We will never stop debating and discussing. We will never stop standing up for what America is and for what she should be. And we will never let Charlie Kirk's voice die. Goodbye to my friend, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing for your family and for your country and for all of us.
And in that's everything the modern left hates right there. Right there. Let's hear Trump.
The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious and they're horrible and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone. They want open borders. The radicals on the right.
Yeah, there's actually no such you're just your typical person who call themselves a conservative. Whatever this is now, all these people that have come together just because we're not crazy, because we're not the crazy people, there's nothing radical there, right? It's just being sane, recognizing reality is now radical. That's the place we've gotten to. How about this? Representative Bob Onder tells the truth.
Well, what for us? Well, everything has changed. If we didn't know it already, there is no longer any middle ground. Some of the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate the good, the truth, and the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly. And they literally will kill those with whom they disagree, just as their predecessor, leftist Marx and Stalin and Lenin and Pol Pot and Fidel Castro did. We must know that. And, well, what for us?
Pardon me. And the other thing we need to remember, too, is that they like those people. So those people out cheering for political assassination, they like Stalin and Mao. They think they were totally justified. Pol Pot, they think they were totally justified. They will defend them. You got to understand, like, these people here, these people, they like Mao and Stalin. They're not shamed by it. They like it. Stephen King. I mean, so many of these people are just absolute brainless, woke mind virus zombies. I have apologized. Charlie Kirk never advocated stoning gays to death. Stephen King, he said that Charlie Kirk advocated stoning gays to death. This man knew nothing of Charlie Kirk. He just knows what people told him, what he heard. He never bothered to look. And the thing is they don't, because it doesn't profit them anything to know the truth, right? If Stephen King actually says, well, I'm going to sit down and actually watch Charlie Kirk, right? I know everybody around me hates him. Everybody I know just hates him and says he's a fascist and he wants to stone gay people to death. If he actually took a couple of hours and just investigated, well, guess what? He'd find out that everything he'd heard is not true. And then he'd have a problem. Then he'd have a dilemma. Or something to weigh on his conscience. Does he say anything? Because he knows that if he defends Charlie Kirk and says, well, no, I mean, I don't agree with his politics, but he didn't say all of these things. He doesn't appear to actually be evil, right? He knows that he will now be denounced by the people around him. They will struggle session him. They will cast him out. He will become a target of the left. So there's no profit in knowing anything. That's why they don't. That's why Stephen King just repeats nonsense, ridiculous lies publicly. Colin Wright said, no, he didn't. And it's exactly this kind of extreme rhetoric that encourages people to commit violence. Stephen King doesn't care. Let's see. So here we go. Here's the hateful Charlie Kirk, the guy who apparently hated transgender people. Let's take a look. This is the guy who wanted to stone gay people to death, according to Stephen King.
I just want to say I'm a transgender male. What age should kids be able to get things like hormone therapy? Because I don't know what's true, what's not.
Tell me, are you comfortable telling me your story?
I've known that since like 3rd grade, and I'm currently 19, almost 20. I've known basically since then. I didn't start going by like a different name until 7th and 8th grade. I just don't know, like, with the whole medical stuff, like what's true, what's not, what's helpful, because I've heard so many different opinions.
First of all, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm going to have an opinion that very few people will ever tell you, which is I want you to be very cautious putting drugs into your system in the pursuit of changing your body.
Mm-hmm.
I instead encourage you to work on what's going on in your brain first. I think what you need first and foremost is just a diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
Just someone that is going to listen to what you've gone through, listen to what else is going on. My prayer for you, and again, very few people will say this, I actually want to see you be comfortable in how you were born.
Yeah.
I know that you might not feel that way, but I think that is something that you can achieve. I think that with the right team and the right people, you don't have to wage war on your body. You can learn to love your body.
So that was probably the sanest thing, and actually the most compassionate thing that person had ever heard regarding their situation. That's what they killed him for. It's a message. We don't want conversation. We don't want you talking to people. We want what we want, and we want it by any means necessary. We're not interested in talk. We're interested in winning. We're interested in power. That's the message. That's the Rubicon that was crossed. Here's Jack Posobiec talking about Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk was and is one of my best friends on this planet. And Charlie Kirk is a hero. Charlie Kirk was the hero when America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk to move the youth in 2024, to do the heavy lift that nobody else could do, what he did with the campus and everything else. And
Arizona and Pennsylvania and all the college campuses. But those two states with the ground game, President Trump been very difficult, if not impossible, if he did not have the ground game of Turning Point and the efforts of Charlie Kirk.
And after Butler, I said to Charlie, Charlie, are you sure you still want to keep doing these? And he said, Jack, I'm never going to quit. Charlie Kirk was and is one.
Yeah, that's why they had to silence them. Piers Morgan just aired a sick 50-second montage exposing TikTok users celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. I don't like to watch this. I avoided watching these because it's like staring into the abyss. I think you almost lose a part of your old soul watching these demons peering down into this dark, demented abyss that these people live in. But I think you have to know, look, this is the polling. This is the polling here, okay? It's half of them. It's half of them would justify political assassinations.
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah, ooh.
I would say pour one out for Kirky boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Charlie Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah, and I could not be happier.
I will not ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
Fucking stoked right now. You want to know why I'm so fucking stoked?
Fucking yeah!
CK got AK'd. And he's gone.
He did say that gun deaths were an acceptable side effect of gun rights.
We got Charlie in the neck. We got Charlie in the neck.
There are hundreds, thousands maybe, more examples like this.
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Yet these demons walk amongst us. These demons walk amongst us. And this has to be made not acceptable, right? I mean, these people are lost. I mean, maybe some of them can regain some humanity at some point, but you can't have professors, especially, like the first place that needs to be fixed, first place that this ideology needs to be rooted out, root and branch, is universities. That's the first place you have to go. And the first thing you do is and this is happening, every single person who celebrated this online needs to be canceled. And this isn't, somebody said that they agreed with basic biology cancel culture or refused to use a pronoun. This is support for terrorism. These people are terrorist supporters. Okay, these are people that will do this same thing. They will do this. They'll make the same video for you. For anybody who is murdered for disagreeing with them. So it simply cannot be tolerated. This isn't a free speech issue anymore, okay? This is now terrorism. All right, let's see. Look at this. JDL was gifted a membership by Spambot Fodder. Good Lord. What a beautiful, beautiful gesture by Spambot Fodder, who, along with Charlie Kirk, has the best person ever crown right now. Absolutely wonderful, stunning achievement by Spambot right now. I've often called him nature's greatest miracle. I don't think I'm wrong about that. Thank you very much, Spambot. This is really the biggest thing anybody can do to help the channel. Those Rumble channel memberships just keep rolling in. They keep rolling in. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to go back to the chat for a second. Hold on. Let's put on something better than just demons on the screen. Rogue Thought says these are soulless programmed bots. I hate the people who program them. Yeah, the people who program them cannot be allowed to keep programming them. I mean, Western civilization will get burnt down by these people. Like civilizations fall. It happens. It happens throughout history. We need to prevent that. We can't allow these people to take over. This is the left's Red Guard. They're waiting for their orders. And again, they already got their orders once. They got a trial run in 2020. And it was horrifying what they were capable of. Okay, I'm going to skip down a little bit. JDL says, what comes next? Well, you've got to root out the ideology, and you got to start at the universities. And there are careers that are going to just simply have to end. You can't allow universities to keep pumping out. I mean, this is the first step. You can't allow universities to keep pumping out terrorists. Then you've got to go to the other, then you have to go to the other institutions and do it there as well. It's life and death for the West at this point, right? It's life and death. Again, like this isn't just a fringe minority anymore. Look at this. Look at this. It's half of them. It's more than half of them now. Rogue Thought, $5. Good Lord. There are so many best people ever on this stream tonight. So many best people ever. Right there with Rogue Thought. Rogue Thought, what a beautiful thing. What a beautiful, beautiful thing this world has in Rogue Thought. I hope everybody appreciates them that much. Thank you, Rogue Thought. Thank you for the $5. And let's pin that sucker up. Thanks, sir, for what you're doing. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Spambot says, liberals are using the Democrat buzzwords now. Well, what's that link there? You sent a link? Maybe we'll check that out. Hold on. Let me go down to the bottom. Let's see. Where is that? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to copy this link. Copy. Give me 1 second. All right, let's go here. Okay, yes, all right. I actually had this racked up for later in the stream, but we can do it now. Pascal Angelhart, that's the rhetoric that leads to violence. Liberal MP says Pierre Poilievre represents an existential threat to democracy. Yeah, I did have this already to go tonight, but we'll do it right now.
I'm dead as far as you're concerned? What I'm focused on is my constituents. I'm focused on is beating Pierre Poilievre in the next federal election. He poses an existential threat to Canada's democracy, in my view. He also has committed to tearing down some of the institutions that...
So unless this guy's been living under a rock, and he's not, and he's doing this very intentionally, and he knows exactly what he's doing, okay? Yet this is the rhetoric. They are the same in every country. Okay, the left is the same in every country now. They are all part of the same leftist hive mind. They are all drones for the same hive mind. They're identical to each other. They're all just as soulless and without principle. They are the same everywhere. They are all filled with the same hate. They are all identical to each other. So it's not surprising. It's not surprising at all. Yep. This is it. This is the left now. We have to recognize that. Okay, this guy here, this Canadian liberal is these people. They're all the same thing. We have to get our heads around that. Like, they all want the same thing, and it's not good. Nevada says support for cold-blooded, premeditated murder. It's political terrorism. Mickey says, when I grew up, I was told, don't do anything to anybody that you don't want done to you. Yeah, they're not living by that. Chef Rico says, I propose that we don't do they, them energy for a while. Yeah, I'm with you. All right. Rogue Thought says, universities are the manufacturing plant for activism. Its product has infiltrated every institution. It has to be burned down. It has to be fixed. Has to be. You have to get the extremists out. You can't allow them to keep poisoning young people year after year. All right. Let's go back. We've still got more. Charlie Kirk assassins' bullet casing referenced LGBTQI plus furry subculture. According to Utah Governor Stephen Cox, the inscription read, notice bulges. Oh, well, that's like a furry thing, apparently. The phrase is an internet slang term and meme that originates from the furry community and is used to indicate something surprising or unexpected. So none of this is surprising, although, I mean, there was Antifa rhetoric on there. There was like an Antifa song on the. He's a radical leftist. Let's see. Yeah. Canadians celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination may be banned from the U.S. They should be. I fully support it. Why would you want terrorists in your country? Because if they're celebrating it, they support political terrorism. If they're celebrating it, they are revolutionary communists and totalitarians. So why would you want them into your country? They don't have a right to be there. Keep them the fuck out. Unfortunately, we have to have them here. We got nowhere else. We got nowhere to send them. The underlying values of leftism are envy, hate, resentment, unequal treatment under the law, and violence. This is not something anybody can just shrug off anymore. Right? This is true. They've proved it. All right. I think we've seen most of this now. Ugh, just demons. But there is a sense that something maybe is changing a little bit here. Sidney Crosby has asked the NHL and all other professional sports leagues to observe a minute of silence before each game to pay tribute to Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated at a college event in Utah. His statement has created a lasting patriotic movement in the American community because of its nature. In 2020, all these leagues were honoring $2 billion worth of damage, cities being burned down, a couple of dozen people being killed. They were honoring domestic terrorism then. Things are starting to change. I believe. Wanted to show you this. So you guys all know this, right? You guys have all seen this, and it's been updated now. It was 2008, at 2012, 2021. Now 2025 has been added. So how did it start out? There was the center. There was a left-leaning centrist, right? There was the left, my fellow liberal. There was conservative over here. That's when the center was there. The center moved over to the left. Now that centrist, left-leaning centrist was really right at the center now. There was the left running away, wondering, aren't you still a liberal? 2021, and the conservatives in the exact same place. 2021, conservatives still in the same place. Now, the centrist, the left-leaning liberal, is right-wing because the center's over here. And here's the woke progressive calling their fellow liberal now a bigot because they didn't run to the left with them. 2025, woke progressive bigot with a sniper rifle. There's the centrist. There's the right. They're both far right to this person now. That's exactly what happened. And it was by design. It was created by the universities. It spread into all the institutions. And yeah, it was by design. Elon Musk says it has indeed come to this. Colin Wright said this needed an update. That's exactly what has happened. We're not going to watch any more of those demons. How about this? This is the evil Charlie Kirk. Gays against groomers. Charlie Kirk was a great man who openly welcomed us into the movement. Not only did we have booths at AmFest every year, but we were celebrated and embraced there. Do not believe the lies saying anything else. He loved everyone, and we loved him back. There you go. The evil, intolerant bigot. They lie like Satan. Like it's almost, you wouldn't believe it if you didn't witness it. Thank you, NFL. As I say, we just saw the NHL. Sidney Crosby asking for something similar. NFL conducts moment of silent reflection following the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's the NFL.
The National Football League asks that you please join us in a moment of silent reflection following the murder of Charlie Kirk. The NFL condemns all violence in our communities. It will take all of us to stop hate. Thank you. The National Football League asks that you please.
In 2020, they were celebrating domestic terrorist BLM and Antifa. Things are changing. Truth sounds like hate to those who hate truth. That's the whole battle right there, isn't it? Yeah, we've already seen the MSNBC stuff. Here's Michael Schellenberger with some wise words. Let's take a listen.
Look, I think it's not likely to happen, but the people that did this dehumanization need to take responsibility for it. I don't think that it's good enough to just express lament about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I think the media, the left, the universities in particular, need to own up to the fact that they participated in the very dehumanization that they, for decades, had been criticizing when done by people on the right. So I don't think that healing is going to be possible until there's some acknowledgement of really decade-long dehumanization of roughly half of the country. Look, I think it's not.
Yeah, MSNBC ended up firing one of their, opinion ghouls. But I mean, they're right back at it. They're not going to change. If anybody thought they were going to change, CNN, MSNBC, they're not going to change. They're just not. They're in it. They may be at this point not capable of changing, actually. All right, we watched this the other night on the other night live stream. You see this. It's on college campuses all over the place. Debate this. It's a message. They don't want to debate. They don't want to talk. They want to win. They want power. They don't care by any means necessary. The person who did this is a psychopath. Right? The fact that it's up, that nobody's torn it down, it should be terrifying. This is them. This is the face of the left now. You got to understand it. That is these people, the half of them that are all for political assassination. That's not normal. Okay, this is not normal. It has to be taken seriously. That's who they are. That's the fate. That's who these people are. Okay, and they'll be happy if it happens to anybody. They will cheer it on for anybody they disagree with. Kristen Hawkins said, "These are everywhere at University of Louisville, where I'm scheduled to speak in 3 weeks. May God have mercy on our nation." The Red Guard is here right now. Look at this. This is what Minister of Families in Wab Kinu's government in Manitoba had to share about Charlie Kirk. She promptly deleted it following Wab's statement condolences, however genuine they were, at his press conference today. So when I say that the leftists now, everywhere in the Western world, are just drones for the same hive mind, this is what I'm talking about. They're all exactly the same. They're the radical, extreme leftists in Canada are the same as the ones in the States. And it's not a few people. It's a lot of them. It's a big percentage of people who see themselves on the left. Charlie Kirk was a racist, xenophobic, transphobic, Islamophobic, sexist, white nationalist mouthpiece. I mean, here's somebody who knows nothing, doesn't want to know anything about Charlie Kirk, just wants an enemy. That's it. These people are the same everywhere. Do not expect common sense, rationality, decency, basic humanity from these people. You will not get it. You will not find it with them. Elon Musk says the left is the party of murder. Yep. All right. I think we're going to move on from here. Okay. Yeah, and this is one last thing here before we get to the Canadian stuff. We're still going to talk about Charlie Kirk, but I want to talk about the Canadian reaction as well. So this is a website, charliesmurderers.com. Charlie Kirk was murdered. Is an employee or a student of yours supporting political violence online? Look them up on this website. So, like playing, at this point, this needs to happen. It needs to be unacceptable to be, American ISIS or Canadian ISIS. Here's Rachel Gilmore, Canadian influencer. I don't believe violence is ever the answer. It just makes everything worse. This was my point. What was her point? Terrified to think of how far right fans of Kirk, aching for more violence, could very well turn this into an even more radicalizing moment. I mean, shameless. Unbelievably shameless. Will they now believe their fears have been proven right and feel they have a right to retaliate? Will they now believe their fears have been proven right? Their fears were proven right. The terrorism doesn't come from the right, Rachel Gilmore. It comes from you people, from your side. So they've put this up, and yes, I absolutely 100% support this. These aren't people that anybody's having a minor disagreement with. These are people who support political terrorism, all right? These are terrorists. Let's just say they're terrorist supporters. Let's say that. Terrorism supporters. No, they don't get any sympathy. I think they should be hounded out of their jobs. 100%. Sorry, these aren't people that, had a disagreement. These aren't people who believe in basic biology and they got fired because of it, or they forgot to use a pronoun and they got fired. No, these are people who are glorifying death, glorifying murder, political assassination, terrorism. No, I'm sorry, these people get no pity whatsoever. It's charliesmurderers.com. All right. So which one do we have here? Okay. Dallas Brody. So this was, okay. Dallas Brody, quote, good riddance. The radical left finally sent someone with good aim. University of Victoria professor Amelia Bose, who studies the intersections of gender, power, and art, is celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. She should be fired immediately. Yes, absolutely 1%. This is not a free speech issue anymore, okay? Like, support and glorification and encouragement of political violence, not okay. Let's see. I mean, here's a place to start. University of Victoria. So again, when I say this is a Canadian, right? And I'm going to show you a bunch of Canadians now, right? They are exactly the same as the drones in the hive mind in the United States, the UK, anywhere. They're all exactly the same person. But one place we can start, University of Victoria, who studies the intersections of gender, power, and art. Okay, what the Western civilization doesn't need that. That is just a total waste of money and human potential. In fact, this intersections of things and critical this and that are just poison to the West. They just hurt people, actually, and wreck people's lives and destroy their potential as humans. So those just need to be just cut out of education, just removed. Certainly no taxpayer funds. Look, if there's no taxpayer funds, if any university has any of these garbage studies, but they won't last long anyway. That's a good place to start. Just stop feeding the monster. Here, Cian Bexty, Alberta Premier Daniel Smith, time to revoke all funding until University of Alberta solves this. So what's going on here? From Jamie Sarkanak, this person who teaches a mandatory criminal law class at the University of Alberta is implying that Kirk was a Nazi. These people don't know what a Nazi is. They have no idea. They don't know what fascism is. If these people knew what a fascist was, they wouldn't be able to look at themselves in the mirror in the morning. It's just the label. They don't care. They could not care less. Just about winning. This is the Be Gay Do Crime trans prof who writes about epistemic violence and hopes for revolution. I'm telling you, they are all revolutionary communists every time. Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way. Ezra Klein, what's this? Okay. Oh, so she's commenting on this. You do not, in fact, ever have to hand it to Nazis. I utterly do not care for any virtues that someone may perceive in them. So this is their logic circle, right? Let's see. Nazis, worst people who ever lived. They don't like you, so you're a Nazi. So therefore, it's okay to do anything. This is their rationale, right? So you just stick Nazi on anybody. And hey, it's fine. They're open season now. So I agree with Cian Bexty here. Time to revoke all funding until Alberta solves this. So this person teaches mandatory criminal law classes. I'm sorry. This person supports political terrorism. No, fired. You don't have a right to work there. And of course, that's from a Blue Sky account too, right? That's what has to happen. Like, we got to take this seriously. Clyde Do Something posted this. This image was given to me by a parent in BC, Canada. Their child in grade 9 was subjected to this lesson from their public school teacher. The taxpayer should not be paying for this indoctrination of the youth to become political assassins like we saw yesterday in Utah. Look at this. Hitler and then Donald Trump. Grade 9. Fired, root and branch. They all need to go. And I'm not talking violence. I'm saying they're not allowed to teach anybody anymore. Maybe they could be private tutors. I won't stop them from doing that. Here we go. U of T professor Ruth Marshall reacting to Charlie Kirk's assassination. This is from Cosmin Dzurdza. Campuses are breeding grounds for sadistic freaks who have violent fantasies about harming opponents. Ironically, it's where Charlie worked best, bravely staring this evil in its ugly face. Shooting is honestly too good for so many of you fascists. Yeah. This person cannot be allowed to keep teaching young people. This person cannot be allowed to work at the University of Toronto, maybe as a janitor. I'm afraid this is learn to code time for a lot of people, for a lot of ideological psychopaths. It has to be the case. Now, in Canada, it's not going to happen, at least until we get, a new government in, a conservative government in, and then maybe we got a shot at it. In the States, though, I think it can happen. All right. All right, so all right, I'm going to get rid of a few tabs here. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of a few tabs here. All right, in fact, maybe get rid of that one too. And this one as well. Okay. Let's go to, hold on. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. And we don't need this one. All right. Before we get to, all right, hold on. There's one more here. I want to get to Canadian media bias next. First, though, I want to say to anybody watching YouTube right now, you're watching on this channel here, the regular Radio Baloney channel, 13,000 subscribers. I've started a second channel on YouTube. This only applies to YouTube. Don't worry, Rumble people, X people, don't worry. Everything's going to keep going to the same place. But on YouTube, all the world stuff, the US stuff, the meme reviews and stuff is going to go on the new channel. The algorithm is not helping me out at all. I'm going to rely on you guys entirely to help me, populate this new channel, Radio Baloney News. Right? This one here. This is the one you're watching now. All Canadian news and live streams will still be on this channel, but on this one, all the world, US, woke mind virus stuff, meme reviews. It's all going to go in the new channel. Please go over there and help me out. I appreciate it. Let's get back to the chat for a second. And I'm just going to see if anybody has... Nobody's gone over and subscribed to the new one yet. Get over there and do it now. For God's sakes. The world is depending on you. Nevada says, fire all the commies. Yes. McCarthy was right. Joseph McCarthy was right. He did nothing wrong. Rook thought, would you ever want these people teaching your kids or even working beside them? If you disagreed with them, they could justify lefting you. Well, imagine being a student in one of those professors' classes. Just imagine. You wouldn't feel free to speak your mind, obviously. That's not the way a university should be. Just for that reason alone, they need to go. Judo Survivor says, NFL is so vapid, they only promote whatever is socially fashionable. The NFL is a gutless, empty enterprise. I'm not arguing that they're not that. What I'm saying is the fact that they're having a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk says something. Because I don't think they would have done that in previous years. Let's see. Rosie says, retaliation is not the way. Stand up for life and truth defense. Prime example, Daniel Perry. Well, we're against political violence. That's the thing, right? But in terms of, can these people keep their jobs? Can we allow them to teach people? They can do something else. They can learn to code. We cannot have them teaching young people. You just can't. They are intentionally poisoning and ruining the human potential of every person, every young person that they influence. Chef Rico says, Richie, didn't Parliament give a standing O to an actual Nazi? Yep. Made a bunch of videos on that one, I can tell you. A bunch of videos. Actually, you know what we're going to do right now? I'm going to see if there's any super fun. I know you guys love the NFL tune-in season. I have to stick exactly to the script here, so I'm going to try and make it as fun as possible. But we love this ad. Everybody loves this ad. Let's do it right now. Hey, football fanatics, are you ready for some prime-time NFL action? Tune in to the Westwood One for all the gridiron glory you crave. From jaw-dropping touchdowns to game-changing plays, don't miss a moment of the excitement. Catch every snap, every tackle, and every victory on Westwood One. You can listen to the NFL on the NFL app, on the Westwood One Sports app, on the WestwoodOneSports.com via Westwood One station streams, or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One. Nailed it. Nailed it. I love the Westwood One ad. I love it. I love it. I love it. I hope you guys appreciate it too. I try to make it memorable for everybody. I'm not here to waste my time. I'm not here to waste your time. I'm just going to say that. Izzy says that Nazi and fascist are just the modern word for devil or demon. They have no self-awareness and can't see themselves in mirrors. Yep, 100%. JDL, they're showing their true colors. Yeah. The reason that they're doing this so openly, all of these professors, for instance, because everybody around them agrees with them. I'm sure they're shocked when they get fired. I'm sure they're shocked. They're like, yeah, but you all agree with me. That's the environment that's been created. You like, it's insane. Like, it is literal insanity for a country to allow this to happen. It is. These enemies of civilization to just poison young people year after year. It's crazy. You cannot allow that. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, hit like. I know that helps you. Everybody watching right now, if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Get your free good karma. Get your free good karma by liking the stream right now, wherever you are, whether you're on Rumble, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on X, whether you're on Locals. Like the stream right now. Get that free good karma. In these troubled times, you're going to need it, my friends. I heard there was a guy who watched the stream, and he was intending to like the stream. He was intending to, but he was lazy. He'd always been that way his whole life. That's why he never accomplished nothing. And he was gonna like the stream, and he heard about the good karma. He said, I could use some of that. It's time I got myself together and made something of myself. But you know what? He was too lazy to even just like the stream. And you know what happened to him? The next day, he was struck by a meteor. Gone. Just like that. Would the like have helped him? I like to think so. I like to think it would have. Just so we're clear, I made that up on the spot. But I don't know. Could be true. It could happen. I mean, it's not it's a non-zero chance that happened. Especially if we're in the multiverse and there's an infinite versions of us. If that's the case, it definitely happened. If there's a multiverse, that definitely happened. So just saying. All right. Also, becoming a member or gifting memberships, I've already told you this, have been a couple of the most beautiful people, a couple of nature's greatest miracle, already gifting memberships this stream. Wonderful thing. Best way to help the channel. Let's see. See, Nevada just hit the like button. Everybody else do that too. Do it now. Nevada's doing it. You do it too. But Cross says, "Sigh, I might need to skip tonight. I'll hit the like button." You'd better. You'd better. Let's see. Nevada says, "This is just every stream now. Fuck it. I want Greenland." Can they just give Greenland to Nevada already? I'm sick of hearing about it, frankly. Was it Denmark has Greenland? Just give Nevada Greenland already, okay? Jeez. Rosie says, 1A is extremely important. Canceling for speech is wrong if the government does it, but employers cleansing from hate is important. Yeah, I mean, I think we're at that point now where like these people they're not like using the wrong pronoun, all right? They are advocating for assassination, political assassinations. That's a whole different ball game. What the heck is going on again? So Macross has been gifted a membership by Spambot now? Did I do this one earlier? I don't think I did. Spambot. Give the man the Nobel Peace Prize already. I mean, clearly best person. I mean, I don't know what else I can say here. I don't know what other plaudits we can heap upon Spambot fodder. I mean, it's everything. We all know. Spambot, thank you so much. Awesome. It really is the best thing anybody can do for the channel. Thank you, sir. Izzy says, we don't want them coding either. They'll be coding AI bots and such. Well, I don't know. What can they do? I think they can become janitors at the universities. I think that's fair. Let's see. Let's see. Chef Rico says, this is a good point. The problem with boobs is once you see one pair, you want to see them all. You kind of do, really. You kind of do. Rosie, now here's a review for the ad read. Growls, maybe too creepy. No commie hate, definitely memorable. 9.9 out of 10. It's almost the most you can get out of 10. Thank you, Rosie. Let's see. Macross says, so I am going to lose my job for not shedding a tear for who I view as a traitor. Well, as long as you don't advocate for assassinations, you'll be all right. Nevada says, needs more commie hate, I know. But in those ad reads, those ones, they specifically say I cannot go off the script. So I'm making it as interesting as I can without the commie hate. Danny, how you doing? Good to see you. Good evening. My thoughts and prayers and condolences go to Charlie and his wife, his 2 kids, and his whole family. May his memory be eternal. Well, he's a martyr now. They created a martyr, so he's not going to be forgotten. Nevada says, more like for supporting murder. Yeah, it's the same thing. Let's see. All right, I'm going to skip down to the end here so we can move on because we're already 2 hours in. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, if we're asking, I'll take Turkey. All right, so Nevada gets Greenland. Rogue Thought gets Turkey. Let's see. All right, let's get on with it. Where are we now? Canadian media bias. All right. So this is what we got to get. It's like exactly the same as in the States. CTV News. Right-wing anger surges as Kirk's killing fuels calls for vengeance. I'm not even going to read the article. I mean, it's the framing. I've told you about the framing in Canada, same as the States. It's every year, it's every month, it's every week, it's every day, it's every hour, it's every minute, it's every second. Right-wing anger surges. So, yeah, the important message out of all this is to be afraid of the right wing. How about this? Brian Lilly says, commenting on the CBC, who really needs to be defunded, really badly. Charlie Kirk wasn't controversial in any normal way. He was only controversial on campuses because some people don't want to hear even mainstream conservative ideas on campus. Conservative ideas on campus. No one says this about mainstream liberals. It's that simple. Yeah, you don't see... You could look for far left or far left extremism or left-wing extremism in Canadian media. You're not going to find it because they pretend it doesn't exist. For them, it's actually far left extremism. For these people, it's just normal. That's just normal. That's where they live. Let's take a look.
I mean, look, Charlie Kirk, and I don't say any of this to disparage him, but was a controversial, polarizing figure, right?
It's the framing, constantly the framing, polarizing, controversial. It's almost like it was his fault. You never hear this about the left. When do we hear polarizing, controversial about the lunatics marching through Canadian streets, the mobs marching through Canadian streets, holding terrorist flags, screaming death to Israel, death to Canada, death to the United States? We don't hear it, do we? It's the constant framing, just reminding the Canadians all the time. Don't forget, it's really the right wing that you need to be afraid of, not the obvious psychopaths on the left.
The provocations that these universities...
Provocations. You might just say discussions. Why not say that? Because framing. That's why. Because he's got a job, and it ain't telling the truth.
City tours, he's going to these campuses, to sort of provocation and confrontation and debate and argument was a big part of what he did with this Turning Point US.
Why not just debate? Argument. Why not just that? Because framing. He's got to remind you that really it's the right wing. Even though it appears that the left is horrible and violent and evil, it's really the right wing. He doesn't want Canadians doing something crazy like not voting for the fucking Liberal Party. How about this? 24 hours. CBC. What a difference 24 hours make. This is CBC Watcher here. Let's take a look.
Still ahead, the latest on the killing of far-right activist Charlie Kirk in the U.S.
That was the day after. Here's the day of. What did he say?
Following breaking news from the United States, prominent conservative commentator Charlie Kirk...
So it went from prominent conservative commentator to what?
Still ahead, the latest on the killing of far-right activist Charlie Kirk in the...
Next day, it's far-right activists. Well, on the first day, his teleprompter told him just say conservative. On the second day, his teleprompter told him say far-right. So he just says what's in the teleprompter. Defund the CBC. They are poison. What do we have here? CHCH news producer decided to comment on a thoughtful post regarding Charlie Kirk on Facebook. This disgusting man writes, the irony of him dying of a gun is delicious. That's who these people are. Delicious is the word that he uses. Newsmakers, CHCH producer. They're running everything. They are running everything. Here we go. CBC brings in Barbara Perry from the Center on Hate, Bias, and Extremism at Ontario Tech. Let's see. Before we listen to her, let's get a little bit of background. I didn't bring anything up beforehand, but maybe it's a good time to right now. Let's see. Barbara Perry, Center on Hate. Let's see. Director. Here we go. One moment. Let's see. Dr. Barbara Perry, director, Recognize global authority on hate crime. But do you think it's all hate crime, or maybe just one kind? Or a kind of hate she's going to pretend is one kind? Primary national authority on right-wing extremism in Canada. No left-wing extremism that anybody can see. No, those people screaming death to Canada, death to Israel. Oh, that's not left-wing extremism. That's probably right-wing extremism to her as well. Let's see. Research interests include hate crime, right-wing extremism, policy diversity, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. Really, because these two here, there's a bit of a conflict right now. I wonder if she's noticed. I'm guessing not. Homophobia, transphobia, no left-wing extremism. None of that for her. Let's see. Research. What does this say? Hate bias. Hold on a second. I want to go back. Let me put this here. I probably should have put this all together earlier, but I was limited in time. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see some of her work here. Barbara Perry, PhD, Center Hate and Extremism. Acknowledgement of right-wing extremism in Canada. The right response to right-wing extremism in Canada. Right-wing extremism. Right-wing extremism. Nothing about the left, apparently. Nothing about the left, apparently. White pride worldwide. Yeah, nothing about the left. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? It's not strange at all, actually. And I want to show you something else. We'll bring it full circle. 1 second. Okay, hold on. Well, what is this? Barbara Perry. These are grants from the federal government of Canada. What's that? $269,000 there. From April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2025. I guess they're going to have to give her a top up now. Let's see here. The 2018, they gave her $68,000. Wow. So, are you starting to see how it works in Canada? So, this is the CBC, paid for by the government, funded by Mark Carney. You have this hate researcher, gets money from the government to research hate, but apparently only one kind of hate. So what happens? So the hate expert who's gotten lots of government money is called on to the CBC, which is funded by the government, to spout things that will agree with the Liberal Party, that will further the Liberal Party's agenda and strengthen the Liberal Party. It's a circle jerk, folks. That's what's going on here. It's a rigged game. It's a rigged game. The government funds CBC so that they can bring on this person who is funded by the government to say what the Liberal government wants. Let's see her expert opinion here.
Risen to this level of violence in terms of lethal violence, but we've seen attacks here as well.
I think that's such an important point to make, and I tried to do that this morning. We don't have the suspect. We don't know the full motivation, but it certainly is occurring at a very politically charged time. And you only need to go online to see the reaction from both sides to what has happened, to know what is spoken to there. I don't know if you've done that at all, Barbara, in the last 12 hours or so. What have you seen there, and what concerns does that raise for you?
Yeah, I've had a little bit of time to look, and it is very disconcerting what we're seeing, especially from Trump and his supporters as well, where they are calling him a martyr. There are some in online spaces that are.
He is a martyr. He is a martyr. The only person who would have a problem with that or find that frightening is a extreme leftist, right? An ideologue. A leftist ideologue. Who's this person? This is what she's paid to do, though, right? This is what the government gave her the money for.
Are calling for further violence, retaliatory violence. So I really fear that this will lead actually to an escalation, as you know, the left in particular is vilified in many of these narratives, and quite explicitly in an
vilified. So there you go. Here's the expert on hate, bias, and extremism, right? A moderate conservative has been publicly executed, assassinated, and her message is that you better worry about the right. It's really the right that's the problem. They're the real problem. I mean, it's beyond parody at this point, these people. Just the level of corruption, just the soullessness of it is shocking. I mean, how you could get up, like, immediately on how you can get on TV immediately and start spouting this utter ridiculous, this anti-human gibberish. It's beyond me. But this has to end. The circle jerk between government-funded activist groups, that's what this is. This is a left-wing activist group, okay? A left-wing propaganda organization. So the circle jerk between government-funded people like this and government media like this and the government, that's got to come to an end. Like, CBC has to be defunded. When I say they have treated us with the utmost disrespect, they have given us nothing. Right? They've treated us like we're animals. They've called us every name in the book. Okay? They've given us nothing. They've not shown us the slightest bit of decency or humanity. Right? So the second that it's possible, they should get nothing. We should be able to say, now you get nothing. We have no sympathy for you. You showed us nothing. All we wanted was for you to be fair. Right? We didn't want you to be right-wing or conservative or agree with everything that we said. We just wanted you to be fair. That's all we wanted. When Trudeau talked about, do we tolerate these people and their racist and misogynist and fringe minority, right? We just wanted you to say, okay, that's divisive. We wanted you to call that out. Like, just be decent. Just be decent. They can't. They can't. And it's just this rigged system, and I've just laid out for you the grotesque circle jerk between these groups. I can't wait for the day. And I believe it's coming. I believe it's coming, the day when the CBC gets defunded. I have to believe that's true. That's possible. I have to. And I don't want violence for any of them. I just don't want them to get money. I don't want to pay for this. I don't want to pay for this brainwashing. New York Post published this. What we have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option. They murdered him for that. Will we get comments on that from this expert on hate and extremism? No, of course not. That's not her job, and she doesn't care. Assassinated trying to change people's minds. How about this? What's this here? So, CTV News. So I think they weren't expecting this. Marcia McMillan seemed surprised Gavin Newsom had Kirk on his podcast. CTV host finds out that Charlie Kirk was willing to engage in honest debate. Maybe pass this on to a colleague or 100 at CBC. Thing is, they don't care. They're all woke mind virus zombies. They don't care. Just about winning.
Every form. Eric, Gavin Newsom had Kirk on his podcast. And I think that's, as we remember Charlie Kirk, what a lot of people are remarking on today. He didn't just want people to hear what he thought. He wanted to debate different ideas.
Yeah, and I think that's what made him such a galvanizing force, particularly for young people. In fact, what he was doing yesterday on this campus with about 3,000 people was debating the issues. And this is something that he has always done. In fact, he was scheduled to be at Dartmouth on the 25th of September, again, for a debate with people from both the left and the right. And he was someone who was willing to engage on all sides. And I think that's why you saw people on the left and right who revered him, at least his ability to engage on the issues. And the fact that now he is dead as a result of political violence, I think what we're seeing right now is people recognizing that this has gone too far and there needs to be a much more productive outlet as opposed to what we always see in this country, the use of guns.
Eric Ham for us. Eric, thank you for all of
The problem is that the Red Guard is here now. Like, we've been warning about it for years. Now it's here. And they don't want conversation. They laugh at conversation. They laugh at people who want to debate. They don't want that. They want you dead. All right. Let's get back to the chat for a second. And back to the weather as well. Let's see. I don't want to neglect the chat too much. Let's see. Let's see. Izzy says, I think we're talking about that last segment. Nothing is ever the fault of people on the left. They're the victim class. Yep. But it's very intentional, though, when they immediately shifted to, well, it's the right's really actually the dangerous one. And Charlie Kirk was provoking. It's all very intentional. Nevada says if people didn't want to listen, if people didn't want to hear him, they didn't have to walk up to his tent. Thing is, the left doesn't care. Like, they don't want the conversation. That's the answer. Like, their answer to Charlie Kirk's handout in friendship for friendly debate was a bullet. They don't want it. They fear that. Nevada says Carney gave him a raise, $150 million. That's what a banana republic candidate has become. During a campaign, Mark Carney promised a raise to the CBC, which obviously they would only get if he won. That's how much of a banana republic Canada has become right now. Izzy says, must say this is making me feel worse, not better. I thought we were screwed already. Now I think we're royally effed. Don't, because I think that a lot of people that have been on the left, just reflexively on the left, consider themselves liberal, not really paying attention, didn't realize that everything had changed around them. And the people that were around them were not liberals, that these were like monsters. These people had monstrous ideas. I think I think that there are going to be people who walk away from that and are in the same place that, I mean, I know where I was, 10, 11, 12 years ago. I took a look around and said, hell no, not anymore. I am not with these people. I think there's going to be a lot of people like that. Rogue Thought says a global authority. Sure. Pooping while standing. Still, look, that's a great name. I love that name still. RB, do you ever struggle with talking to friends, family, neighbors about what's going on and they have 30-second sound bites of the situation and think they're fully informed? I have had that problem. Most of my friends were not really, they're just kind of reflexive, liberal. And most of them have actually changed now. And some of them listen to my show. So, and that did it. So I don't really know any, like, died in the wool. I mean, I know, I guess like one or two now, But most of them have gone, yeah, these people are nuts. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Everybody was liberal when I was growing up. Everybody was, but it was different. They were actually liberal. They weren't, revolutionary communists. And the thing is, when I say that, it's a numbers game. And if you have millions of people all just refusing to play along, to just hear nonsense and gibberish and say nothing, right? It doesn't have to be a huge thing. You don't have to give people lectures. It's just like, nah, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know about that. Just enough to there's somebody else there who's been having the same thoughts and thought, am I crazy? Like, is this a dangerous thought to have? Like, just to go, oh, okay, so I'm not alone in this. So I'm not crazy, right? You do that with millions of people. But that can have an effect. Like, the reason why we're in the trouble we're in now is because that's been happening in universities. That you've had professors very successfully radicalizing students. Like, sometimes all it needs is people to know, like, well, I'm not crazy. So somebody else thinks that. It just gives them the permission to start thinking again. That is really effective. If it's millions of people who just don't go along with it. Macross says, also, I want to say, because everyone has such short memory, let's not forget Irina Zarutska. Yeah, and he's got a link there in the chat for everybody. Yeah, I mean, it's just one after another at this point, right? One horror after another. Nevada says they just made us conservatives stronger. Yep. Let's see. JDL says grifter's gonna grift. Well, that's what that woman is. Or maybe she's a true ideologue, You never really know. I mean, you can't know what's in their minds, but we know she got money for being an ideologue from the government. So, all right, I'm going to skip down. I'll skip down to the end here. Hold on. J-Ham, how you doing? Good to see you. The world is figuring out what we already knew. The left is evil. Well, they have really revealed themselves now. Dramus, how you doing? Says Radio Baloney News on YouTube. Like and subscribe. Make a difference. Yes, please, people, please. The algorithm is not going to let you know about my new channel on YouTube. For Rumble, everybody else, don't worry. Everything's still going on to the same platform. In fact, more stuff now. But for YouTube, here's the original channel. This is what you're watching the live stream on now on YouTube. Radio Baloney. It's the one with 13,000 subscribers. There's a new one which does not have 13. It's only a week old. It's very small right now, but the algorithm is not going to help me out. So it's up to you guys to go over there and subscribe. Help populate that channel. I do appreciate it very much. Everybody like the stream as well. Like. And yeah, thank you, Dramus. Nevada says Richie's neighbors won't talk to him anymore. Some of them agree with me, and most of them don't know. Although I'm sure that it's gotten around. Let's see. All right, I'm skipping right to the end now. All right, that's it. You guys are just talking about boobs. I'm going to skip over it. Let's see. So here is President Trump has announced that George Soros and his entire network will be investigated under RICO charges. It's about time. From Shadow of Ezra. You can't allow this guy with these unlimited funds to just keep poisoning your nation, funding, communist DAs that are determined to burn your cities down. He claims Soros is behind the funding, training, and radicalization of young people, fueling terror and extremism. That's exactly what he's doing. We'll go through the. I've got some stuff on George Soros, by the way. In fact, let's go here quickly. George Soros. How did he become so wealthy? How did he become so wealthy? Did George Soros break the Bank of England? Well, does it say George Soros is said to have broken the Bank of England and precipitated Black Wednesday in the UK in September 1992 as a result of massive bets he made against the British pound. Let's see. And what was the effect of this? Hold on a second. This is why it takes me so long to get ready for the streams beforehand. I have to find all this stuff, and it caused economic turmoil and social unrest in Britain as interest rates remained high, inflation rose, unemployment increased, and public spending was cut. It also damaged the reputation of British Prime Minister John Major and the Conservative Party for ineffective fiscal management. George Soros became very wealthy, but also infamous for his role on Black Wednesday. He was praised by some as a genius and a visionary, and criticized by others as a greedy and ruthless speculator who exploited the weaknesses of the system and caused harm to millions of people. Millions of people. So this is a guy who intentionally caused harm to millions of people, knowingly, for money, to make money. And maybe he hates the UK as well. Maybe he just wanted to hurt them. Let's take a look.
I had one the other night. I went into a restaurant, and this woman stood up. I looked at her immediately. She had money. She wasn't. They get paid for it. They're professional from Soros and other people. And we're going to look into Soros because I think it's a RICO case against him and other people. Because this is more than like protests. This is real agitation. This is riots on the street. And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right.
I had one the other night.
He's an enemy of the Western. He's an enemy of Western civilization.
And I went into a restaurant, and this woman stood. I had one the.
So, Trump has announced that George Soros and his entire network will be investigated under RICO. Well, he said that that's something they're looking into. I think they should. Like, you can't allow these malevolent forces to sabotage your country, to poison your country, to try and weaken it. It's just common sense at this point. Like at this point now, you got to get serious with these people. Like if you want to preserve your civilization. Hungary has initiated proceedings to ban businessman George Soros from the country. Every European nation must follow. Yes, he's an enemy of Western civilization, George Soros. You just can't allow it to keep happening. You have to defend yourself at some point. Here we go. From Thomas Sowell quotes here, George Soros slams President Trump. Well, what does he say? What does the guy who intentionally harmed millions of people to make money have to say about Trump?
President Trump is a con man and the ultimate narcissist who wants the world to revolve around him. When his fantasy of becoming president came true, his narcissism developed a pathological dimension.
Pathological, you say? Pathological, you say, huh? Pathological. Caused harm to millions of people. George Soros. George Soros. What a ghoul. What a globalist ghoul. No, should he be allowed to just wreck Western civilization? No. Western civilization needs to defend itself. It needs to start defending itself from these people. All right. Let us move on. All right. Let's get to some Canadian news, shall we? Should we do some Canadian news? Hold on, I need a bit more rant juice. I've just about exhausted myself and all the other stuff we've been covering. All right, but let's get to this. So Pierre Poilievre, he's speaking about Mark Carney here, obviously. And he's responding to this National Post piece. Mark Carney's major projects office is a fraud. It's a fraud. So what does Pierre Poilievre have to say? He's been in office for 6 months, And all Prime Minister Carney has done is set up an entirely new bureaucracy to approve projects that have already been approved and, in some cases, started. This is nothing more than show business, red tape, and delays from the same centralizing Liberal government that stands in the way. And that's all Mark Carney has been the entire time. It's all just being a charade. The entire time, the elbows up, the man who just parachuted in from the EU to become the savior of Canada against the evil orange man, the man that the CBC worked so tirelessly to get elected. I want to see, hold on. I want to go here. Hold on. I've got him commenting on this. Here we go. So what does Mark Carney have to say about the charade? What does Pierre Poilievre have to say about the charade that Mark Carney, the Liberal Party, have been putting on?
What we have today is Mark Carney, after 6 months, has not approved a single national project anywhere in Canada. It's really incredible. He was elected saying that we are in an unprecedented crisis and that we needed to move with unimaginable speed. So what has he done? He's not permitted a single major mine, pipeline, nuclear plant, or anything else. What he's done today is announce that he's going to send an email to an office that isn't even fully staffed up yet, which will one day consider possibly approving 5 projects. This is pathetic. Do you know the federal government is blocking 39 projects that are in the regulatory system? 39. Scott Moe says there's another 100 projects in Saskatchewan alone that are waiting on federal decisions. The message to Mark Carney and the Liberals is they need to do one thing. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. All these projects need to go ahead is the removal of liberal anti-development laws and taxes that make them impossible to build. We don't need a new bureaucracy in Ottawa or a new dream list. We need the federal government to get out of the way, and I'm here to help them do it. I'm putting forward the Canadian Sovereignty Act, which will get the government out of the way. Open the country for business, unlock our resources, repeal the industrial carbon tax, the energy cap, the shipping ban, C-69, the pipeline ban, repeal all of those liberal laws so that we can become a country that is strong, self-reliant, and stands on its own 2 feet. And I would just conclude by looking at the results of Mr. Carney, not his promises, not his latest paper shuffling exercise. $62 billion of net investment has left Canada since he became Prime Minister. That is the worst 5-month record of investment in Canadian history. Mark Carney has lost 86,000 jobs, and there is nothing to show for his 6 months. It's time for him to get out of the way, let builders build, let workers work, and let us become a strong, self-reliant, and sovereign country.
The problem is that the Mark Carneys of the world think they're smarter than you, and they live to be in the way. Do you think that the self-described globalist technocrat central banker likes being in the way? You bet he does. He lives to be in the way. That's the whole point for his existence. This is the whole point of everything he's been doing for the last, decade and a half. His GFANS, his Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. The purpose of that is to be in the way, to centrally plan everything. So people like him, bureaucrats like Mark Carney, can be in the way of everybody to get their way, to do what they want, to force everybody to do what they want, to live as they want them to. That's the whole point of being Mark Carney, is to be in the way. We had an opportunity to not let him be in the way. Unfortunately, we made a terrible, terrible mistake in Canada. I didn't. Other Canadians did. All right. I want to see this. So, I've been saying for a long time, I've been saying since the beginning that Mark Carney is Turbo Trudeau. And he's absolutely just as woke as Justin Trudeau, and probably more. I think Pierre Poilievre agrees with me here. Let's hear what he has to say.
From Radio-Canada.
Vous avez souvent accusé M. Carney.
You've often accused Mr. Carney of copying your ideas, and you've even encouraged him to copy your best ideas. Do you think that the Liberal leader is a conservative leader? No, not at all. He's even more liberal than Justin Trudeau. Let's forget about Mr. Carney's words. If I can be frank, the problem is that the media is continuing to judge Mr. Carney by his words rather than by his actions. Let's talk about spending. He inherited a morbidly obese government from Justin Trudeau. And what has he done? He's increased the cost of government by 8%, 6% more for bureaucrats, 37% more for consultants. A deficit that could be twice as big under Mr. Carney than under Mr. Trudeau. He has driven costs up, delayed construction by adding even more bureaucracy.
Well, you get the point. But, you know, anybody who thought that Carney was going to be this moderate, just wait till he reintroduces the online censorship bill, Bill C-63, with the pre-crime provision in it. Just wait. Just wait. Now, unfortunately, most of the leftists, they want the boot on their face. You know, they'd be happy. They cheer it on. They cheer being censored. They cheer. They cheer. They want a tyrannical government, as long as they are convinced that it's not going to be tyrannical to them. But yeah, Mark Carney is not a centrist. It's liberal is not the word. Okay, it's radical progressive. He's even more radically progressive than Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau remade the Liberal Party into not a liberal party. He made it into an extreme radical leftist party. And Mark Carney fits right in because he's the same. Only, I get probably even more so than Trudeau, just more boring. All right. Let's do one more, and then we'll maybe go to the chat. Let's see. Hold on. I want to get Pierre's response to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now, Mark Carney, I guess his office his people took 6 hours to put out a statement. And you know why? Because they were discussing, well, should we put something out? Shouldn't we? Public opinion, how will it look? You know, they all hated Charlie Kirk as well. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody in his office was actually happy about it. But finally they decided, well, we should put out something to try and not look like too radical. Let's hear Pierre Poilievre talk about it. And essentially, this is the defense. Really, anybody who condemns this, what they're really doing is standing up for Western civilization. What they're really doing is defending Western civilization.
Before I begin, please allow me to offer my condolences to the family and loved ones of Charlie Kirk, the 31-year-old father of two who was mercilessly assassinated yesterday at a university campus for having expressed contrary views. Universities are supposed to be places of debate where differing opinions can be offered and exchanged in peace and security. We must all unite, regardless of our political views, around a simple principle. Political violence is never acceptable. Every person should be free to express their opinion without fear of violence.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it right there. Not going to get something like that from Carney, though, are we? Let's talk about crime in Canada. Mark Nixon posted this. He says, Pierre Poilievre, full tilt on crime. Now, aside from the fact that this is just the moral thing to do, right? Like protect the citizens of the country, it's also very good politics because, let's see, I don't know, doing things that people want, kind of a good idea. I mean, maybe that's even the purpose of representing your country, representing the people, is to try and make their lives better. Let's take a look.
This house here behind me, the owner has spent $100,000 on extra security. Bulletproof windows, camera systems, alarms, electric fencing in certain parts of the home. I won't get too specific because I don't want the bad guys to know exactly where and what he's got. But can you imagine spending $100,000? Do you know before the Liberal government you could buy a house in some parts of Canada for under $100,000? Now that's what it costs to secure your house. Crime is raging out of control. And you heard the stories of the courageous victims behind me today, telling their stories. You know, I find it incredible that Sean Fraser, Minister of Injustice, the man who ruined our entire immigration system before Mr. Carney then promoted him to be responsible for the crime crisis, he said the other day, this is not the Wild West. Really? Has he talked to these victims? A woman who's had to leave the country of her birth to live in another nation because she's afraid of her ex tracking her down? Has he talked to the family of Aleem Farouki, the courageous father who rose in the middle of the night to defend his kids and lost his life in front of those children? The three cowardly scumbags who carried out that attack, I bet you anything they have already been arrested in the past. You know, I had one family member of a crime victim the other day say, Sean Fraser is right. It's not a Wild West. It's a war zone in some of these communities. People in these neighborhoods are terrified. They are genuinely afraid of the crime that is raging in our streets. And these are not just stories. This is not sensationalism. This is data and facts. Here's what the facts say if you believe Statistics Canada. Under the Liberals' catch and release system, extortions are up 330%. Sexual assaults up 76%. Violent crime up 55%. Homicides up 29%. A majority of Canadians told a pollster that they worry a lot or worry sometimes about their own personal safety. A majority of Canadians are now afraid to live in Canada after a decade of these Liberal laws. In Toronto, residential robberies are up 50%. And we see more than 900 armed robberies in the last 2 years. The rate of armed robberies is actually doubling. And the stories are piling up. They are horrendous. We've got the story of James Plover. He was released while awaiting sentencing. 3 hours after his release, he brutally murdered Bailey McCourt, his ex-wife, in a parking lot just 4 kilometers from the courthouse. Daniel Senecal. He had already been convicted of sexually assaulting a 12-year-old boy, and the Liberal justice system released him so that now he's charged with raping a 3-year-old child. This is sick. As a father, I am sickened by these stories and the unnecessary nature of them. All of these crimes were avoidable if the criminals had been kept where they belong, in jail, and not released. And then, of course, we heard from Naeem, his brother Aleem, who is a hero, frankly, a true hero. He did the greatest act of courage that any man could do, defend his family, and he lost his life for it. Again, almost certainly a totally avoidable tragedy. How did this happen? You know, some people say we need bail reform. No, we have bail reform. That's the problem. We have liberal bail reform. It's called C-75. And let's stop blaming the judges. The law is very clear. The Liberals wrote into the law that a judge must release the accused, and I quote, at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. At the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. That is the Liberal bail reform. And that is why in the city of Vancouver, they have had to arrest the same 40 offenders 6,000 times. That means each offender was arrested 150 times in 1 year. And then they get released and they reoffend. Released, reoffend. We've been telling the Liberals that their law is leading to terror in our communities. We've been telling them that for years. And what did Mark Carney do when he became Prime Minister? He shut down Parliament to go on summer vacation, a lot of useless globe-trotting, and he has not changed the law. Imagine if...
So, whatever Mark Carney's posturing for politics, for political expedience, you can't do the things that will actually make a difference, because you're talking about just basic tough on crime stuff now, right? Like you don't let out criminals over and over and over again after they've kept committing crimes, right? And you need to have harsh punishments, and it needs to be law. The Liberals aren't going to do that. Mark Carney's not going to do that. The Liberal Party, these aren't Kretchian liberals, okay? The Liberal Party is not liberal. It's been remade in Justin Trudeau's image into a radical, leftist, progressive party. Okay, it's been remade into an equity party. And crime and repeat offenders, that's equity. That's just equity, because it's not really their fault. It's society's fault. In fact, it's the system's fault, whatever the system is. And the system is forcing them to. It's like whiteness or something, or capitalism or something, is forcing them to commit these crimes and ruin people's lives. Fundamentally, that's what they believe. These are radical progressives. That's what the Liberal Party is now. It ain't liberal. Mark Carney can't do anything because it would be completely against the fundamental beliefs of his own party, of what it has become. Again, these aren't Kretchian liberals, okay? These aren't, again, I say, this isn't your, burnout, art teacher from the 80s. This is something else. So whatever Carney's posturing, he can't. He'll lose all those NDP voters that actually won the election for him when they abandoned the NDP and went to him. He'll lose all of them. And everybody in the Liberal Party now at this point is all radical progressives. They fundamentally disagree with anything that would improve life for Canadians. So I just hope and pray that the next election, our institutions will work properly. Our electoral institution will actually function correctly, and we will get some sanity. Here's Pierre Poilievre talking about, what about the rights of victims? Well, that's not equity, though, right? That's not equity. That's not protecting criminals.
Will your proposed legislation include the use of notwithstanding clause?
This proposal will not, because it does not require it. In fact, I should say that Mr. Canna's private member's bill is not only allowed under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it is required by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Every Canadian is guaranteed by Section 7 of the Charter the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right now, as you hear these stories, the charter rights of Canadians are being violated by liberal laws that take lives. We look at Aleem Faruqi. His charter rights were violated. His kids' charter rights were violated when 3 murderers came into their house in the middle of the night and took his life. So my question is, every time we have these people come up and say, well, what about the rights of the criminals? I say, what about the rights of the victims? When are we going to start to focus on the charter rights of victims? You have a right under the charter not to be murdered. or violated or have your home invaded. And we as conservatives, we are the only party that stands up for the charter rights of victims, while the Liberals stand up for the rights of criminals.
Yeah, in Canada now, after a decade of progressivism, we need to get back to just like pragmatic meat and potatoes everything. Just pragmatic, meat and potatoes drug policy, crime, law and order, economics. Let's get some pipelines going, right? Let's use our natural resources. I really wish that Mark Carney could just be off in a cafe somewhere in Zurich or Davos or something like that, dreaming his fantasy dreams, dreaming his beautiful unicorn dreams of everybody, everything, every transaction being net zero and not harming anybody or wrecking anybody's life. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We're going to have to bring in somebody like Pierre Poilievre just to bring sanity back, just proven stuff that works. I don't know how much more obvious it can be. And here's the reason I'm liking Pierre Poilievre more and more these days is that, he realized after that last election, there's no point in toning things down or trying to be careful or trying to placate the media. The media is going to hate him. The media is going to frame him negatively every hour, every minute, every second of every day, forever, because it's just what they do and what they are. So don't try and placate them. Don't worry, is this going to be controversial if I agree online with J.K. Rowling saying something like this? If you believe free speech is for you, but not your political opponents, you're a liberal. Yes. If no contrary evidence could change your beliefs, you're a fundamentalist. If you believe the state should punish those with contrary views, you're a totalitarian. If you believe political opponents should be punished with violence or death, you're a terrorist. The problem is, half the people she's addressing agree with her and think it's good. Half the people that she's addressing are these people. These people who, half of left of center people in the United States think that murdering Elon Musk or Donald Trump is justifiable. That's the problem. I still think that the old school liberals like J.K. Rowling don't get the people that half the people she's addressing, and the other half just aren't paying any attention. They have no idea what's going on. They don't even realize that the movement they're a part of isn't what it used to be. But half the people wear all this like a badge of honor. They're like, yeah, we hate liberals. They themselves say that they hate liberals, right? They know that they're a liberal. They're proudly illiberal. They're proudly totalitarian. They're proudly fundamentalist, right? They are proudly supportive of political terrorism and assassination and violence and death. Like, I think for a lot of the old school liberals who just woke up one morning and everything was different and all of a sudden they were the enemy, this still hasn't really clued in with them yet. But this Pierre Poilievre, who goes onto X and says exactly and agrees with her, this is good. This is what we need. Don't be tentative. Don't be afraid. Don't be anxious. Just say what you believe, right? Be bold. Watering down the message didn't help in the last election. Don't do it anymore. Win or lose, who cares? At least just be real, be honest, tell the truth. Don't be afraid. Don't try and placate people who will hate you forever for no reason. All right, and we already covered that guy. Let's get back to the chat for a minute, shall we? And actually, before we do that, let me say everybody who's watching right now who's not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. If you're not a member, become a member, whether you're on Rumble or YouTube or you're on X or you're on Locals. Just join up right now. Get your free good karma. I heard that terrible things happen to people who don't like the stream. I just heard this. I mean, I was horrified when I heard that. And I was told I should let everybody know that you better like the stream and get that good karma. So I'm just letting you guys know this is not for me. This is for you. I feel, I've got a moral responsibility to tell you guys, you better like the stream. Only good things can happen. And also this is only for people on YouTube. This only pertains to people on YouTube. I have to keep doing this while I'm trying to grow this new channel on YouTube. Right now, the channel you're watching this live stream on is Radio Baloney. The original channel has been around for years, 13,000 subscribers. There's a new one, Radio Baloney News. YouTube, the algorithm is not going to let you know about this. This is the only way you're going to hear about it. Please subscribe, because they're not going to show you. And if you want to be able to watch all of the world news videos, the U.S. news, woke mind virus stuff, meme reviews, that's all going on the new channel. This channel that you're watching right now, the original channel, is going to be the live streams and then Canada News. Rest is going on this one here. So I just got to rely on you guys to help me out here. So hopefully you will. All right, let's get back to the chat. Pooping While Standing says, what's sad is I've referred 4 of my Canadian friends to your channel. 1 probably hasn't watched. 2 said they did for a brief bit, but it got them depressed. And the last got his money and doesn't give a, yeah. All right. Well, it's not for everybody, but thank you. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your effort there. I mean, the thing is, if you only watch for a little bit, you're going to see depressing things, right? But we have a lot of fun on here too. And we have a lot of laughs. But I can say, if you're covering the news, like a lot of it is depressing, right? So if you're going to be informed, that just kind of goes with it. You're going to have to deal with some of that. But we also have a lot of fun too, especially the last part of the show. Let's see. Macross says, and there's something like 5 peers to Pelosi making better than 50% of the market. Yeah, she's obviously insider trading. She makes more than, does better than Warren Buffett. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, I trust Poilievre more than Farage. Poilievre seems less placating, in my opinion. Yes, I trust him more than Farage too. I think he really does believe what he's saying. All right, what else we got here? Rogue Thought says, this is a really good point. The old school liberals don't realize they helped create this. That's right. Like the J.K. Rowlings, I'm sad to say, they tolerated all this while it was going on. And, they're just crazy kids in university. And they allowed it all to happen. And they actually defended them and made excuses for them. Right. And now basically what they did is they trained their own executioners. Because those leftists, they hate her. They hate her with a passion. They hate her as much as they hate Charlie Kirk. I mean, when I say that they're evil, right? Like, they're proving it. Nevada says, they aren't liberals, they are stinking commies. Well, that's what the old school liberals don't understand. More and more of them are starting to understand it, but some still don't understand. These people, they're not like you. They don't like you. They don't think that you're like them. They don't think you have the same ideology. They hate liberals. They're not liberals. They'd be offended if you called them a liberal. They are far left radicals. Macross says, AOC went from a bar wench screwing up table orders to a multi-millionaire. A multi-millionaire. Anyone besides me wondering what the hell? They all are. That happens to all of them. Who is that awful crone in California? What's her name? The one saying, get in their faces everywhere they are, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Democrat there. Yeah, they're all wealthy. They all seem to have way more money than they should, considering what they make. Let's see. Nevada says noodles are good for the soul. Well, maybe we'll bring up some noodles. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find them. I'll put a bit of music on while we're waiting. All right, let's find the noodles. I like this lady too. This is a good cooking show. I like how the strap keeps falling off of her dress there. It's nice. And then she winks at you. Man, she's a keeper. I like this one too, actually. She's nice. She works well. She's good with a knife. Let's also like the barista. She's great. I like the bruschetta lady as well. This is another good cooking show. She's great. She seems really nice, doesn't she? She just seems really nice, like a good heart. Let's see. I also like this. I mean, sandwich lady, she's basically a dream. Basically a dream. But then, of course, we have really the irreplaceable noodle lady, hypnotic noodle stylings. I find it just cathartic. It's hypnotic. It just calms me down. It calms down my demons. Let's see. Okay, what do you guys say? Maxine Gasoline Waters. That's who I was thinking of. Thank you. Just an evil witch. Just as corrupt as it gets. She's got, I think, the poorest, like the worst district in California. And she's been there for like 30 years or something like that. Doesn't live there. Lives in a mansion with her husband. Her family, all her family members apparently have made tons of money from somewhere. Her own district is just poverty-stricken and miserable. It's just gotten worse. Bad person. Radio Streamer says, hey, Radio Streamer. Radio Streamer says, noodle a day keeps the doctor away. I know. They're healthy. They're good for you. And hypnotic. Hypnotic. I would say like meditative, really. Let's see. Rosie asked, does Carney even speak French? In what country was Carney? He was born in Canada, but he's been learning French. He's not great at it, but he can't speak it kind of haltingly. Rosie says, did you see the guy threatening Candace Owens today? Yeah, we actually showed it earlier in the show. Let's see. Rosie says, Tim Burchett is still not wealthy. That's because he's not corrupt. Let's see. McCross says, then there's Pocahontas. Doesn't she own several teepees in Nevada? She does, I believe. Very expensive, high-class ones. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Well, I guess we'll get back to it, shall we? Let's do it. Where are we next? So we go back to Mark Carney here. Yes, so from government is corrupt, government X is corrupt. Mark Carney sent a clear message to Alberta by saying the only projects he's interested in are low or net zero carbon projects. Why did anybody expect anything differently from this guy? Don't believe a word that he says. This has been the net zero guy for 15 years. He's already screwed up the UK. He's come to Canada to screw up Canada now, to turn Canada into his net zero laboratory. And he doesn't care the cost. He doesn't care that he's going to max out the national credit card to do it. Let's take a look.
Mackenzie Gray, Global News. We'll pick up on the grand bargain. A necessary condition. So that means that there'll be no oil pipeline that's brought forward to the major projects office unless there's a decarbonization plan like pathway.
Well, I'd answer the question this way, which is we're governed by a law of Canada. And in that law is to work for projects that advance our independence, our autonomy, have economic benefits for Canadians, advance our climate objectives, partnership with Indigenous peoples. Those elements are there. And part of the reason for that is it's going to be necessary longer term for economic competitiveness.
Again, he keeps talking about all this green stuff, carbon this and that. net zero for competitiveness. But again, we're not clear on with who, competing with who. I mean, not competing with China, who's putting up a coal plant every day. India, they're not interested. The U.S., hell no. Who are we competing with exactly? Like the whole point is for it to be competitive, other people would also have to be putting these onerous burdens on their own companies, on their own industries, right? They're not, right? What Europe's falling apart. They're talking about an IMF bailout for the UK, one for France as well. Germany, it's the biggest economy in Europe, their economy is contracting. They've already said they're not going to go along with the carbon nonsense for heavy industry there, and I'm guaranteeing you right now the rest will follow, right? Let's see. The United States, they've signed a giant deal for trillions of dollars worth of like oil and LNG. No net zero stuff there, no carbon capture there. Like, this is a fantasy. It's like he's trying to resurrect his failed G-fans, his failed, banking alliance, and using Canada as his laboratory, as a springboard to do that. And what's so infuriating is that when he gets up and actually, when he gets up and is questioned about this, he just has that smug expression on his face, like almost like he's about to start laughing.
We have the lowest risk. I'll stick with oil. We have the lowest risk oil in the world. We know exactly where it is. We know how to mine it and develop it. The marginal costs are amongst the lowest costs in the world, and our engineers keep improving on those costs. We need to move towards it being one of the lowest carbon sources.
He just keeps saying this. We need to do this. We need to do net zero this, carbon this. Why? We don't need to, right? He just thinks that he just wants to. He just wants to. And is it for all of his companies that he's invested in to enrich them, ultimately enriching himself?
Of oil in the world.
The only projects he's interested in are low or net zero carbon projects. Western Oil will stay in the ground for the foreseeable future. Yeah, there's no pipelines, it turns out. Turns out he was lying about that. There's no pipelines that are going to be coming. Of course, he was lying. He's Mark Carney. He's the globalist technocrat. Pierre Poilievre, he's been in office for 6 months, and all Prime Minister Carney has done is set up an entirely new bureaucracy to approve projects that have already been approved and in some cases started. Which then he passes off as new projects. Great. So they've just announced their new projects. Their 5 new projects. Turns out they're not so new.
And there are little things they can do. There's permitting still to be done. There are things that need to happen to get these across the finish line, but they found the ones that are literally closest to the line. Mm-hmm. With that said, I think they did need the legislation. They do need that office to sort of speed those projects along. But, I look at the LNG plan, the Darlington stuff, the Montreal port. These are all projects that we were talking about last year. Mm-hmm. And as soon as he mentioned this idea of major projects, there was never a list that sort of went around, but every reporter and every policy expert in the country has been comparing lists saying, here's what I think might be on it. And basically all 5 of these, maybe with the exception of the mine in Saskatchewan, were all very close to the top of that list. Mm-hmm. And I think that question about why couldn't we just do this 6 months ago is a good one. And it's important because the Prime Minister set that bar in his messaging, saying we are going to do things that previously thought impossible at speeds that, we haven't seen in generations. And 6 months since he won the election, to get these projects were that close does kind of feel like the speed of government. But like I say, I think they did need to sort of get things happening in order.
Yeah, so it's all just a big charade. The only things that are going to go forward are green boondoggles that can't exist without Mark Carney maxing out the national credit card to subsidize them. That's the only thing that's going to happen. I think Mark Carney is pretty much making it clear with what he's saying. Let's see. Hold on. Let's hear this. So what is he talking about here? Is he talking about his G fans, the thing that's falling apart, his global, his Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero that nobody else is really all that interested in anymore because everybody else doesn't want to go broke?
Mackenzie Gray with Global News. We'll pick up on the grand bargain. A necessary condition. So that means that there'll be no oil pipeline that's brought forward to the major projects office unless there's a decarbonization plan like pathway.
Well, I'd answer the question this way, which is we're governed by a law of Canada. And in that law is to work for projects that advance our independence, our autonomy, have economic benefits for Canadians, advance our climate objectives, partnership with Indigenous peoples. Those elements are there. And part of the reason for that is it's going to be necessary longer term for economic competitiveness. We have the lowest risk, I'll stick with oil, we have the lowest risk oil in the world. We know exactly where it is.
Yeah, we already watched this. All right, let's go back. One more. Was there anything else? No. All right, let's move on. We already did Poilievre, Canada crime. Should we go into let's do like a couple of palate cleansers. Let's go to the last bookmark of the night. We're already 3 hours and 8 minutes in. Let's see something that's just nice. Let's see. This kangaroo has learned to pretend to faint, so tourists give it attention and food. So this is just nice now, right? Look at that. It pretends to faint. That is hilarious. He's just hanging around. Please help me, give me food. That's a palate cleanser right there. What's this thing? There's a monkey with a wig on? I didn't know we had this. Oh. I have to say that is adorable. Now, did it hurl its feces at this person before or after this? I'm not sure. What's this here? There's a grandma hanging out with the dog, and there's a cake. And look, he's just looking at the lady. He's not even looking at the cake. Aw, that's lovely. That's nice. All right. What else we got going on here? How about this one? He realized he was being recorded and started smiling at the camera. There he is. Oh, that's nice. Let's see. What's this? This is crazy, actually. So this is what you have to do in other countries. Where was this? The snake was very cooperative. It understood the task, but the lady was too scared. This is why you don't live in other countries. Let's take a look. That's like a cobra. So this looks like a training thing, like how to get the snake in the bottle. I don't want to live there. If you got to learn stuff like that, if that's like a required skill. We have to learn how to put the cobra in the bottle. Yeah, I don't want to live there. No, thanks. I've got another solution. You have a flamethrower handy, and then you just burn it. Just burn it with the flamethrower. There you go. I mean, it's like a non-flammable floor there, right? Just burn it. That's what I would do. Burn it. So, yeah, that's what you have to do if you live there. Learn how to put the snake in the bottle. I don't know what that guy was screaming. Put it in the bottle. Put the snake in the bottle. Quick, snake in bottle. I don't know. It's crazy. So this has got to be Russia here. Just bear in the sidecar. That's got to be, that looks like Russian writing there. Russians are the only people who do this sort of thing. Who like hang out with bears all the time. And you know that like occasionally the bears will just eat them, right? The bears do that, but they just keep going anyway. I don't know. It's a Russian thing. All right. This penguin just wants a hug. We can't do music. Cannot do music. See, that makes me want to pet penguin, right? But I think it'd be more trouble than it's worth, frankly. That's nice. All right, let's get back to the chat for a minute. Although I think we're doing noodles now, aren't we? Yes, we are. Don't forget on YouTube, go to the new YouTube channel, Radio Baloney News. Go there, subscribe, do that. You need to help me with that. Let's see. JDL says CBC, TASS, and Pravda. Yes, 100%. Yeah, it's just propaganda now. It's sad. I mean, you know, there'll be when CBC finally gets defunded, there'll be a part of me that's sad because I had great fond memories from when I was a kid, but it's just been warped into this grotesque thing now. And I think it's too rotten. It just has to be defunded and then it'll just go away. Rosie says that monkey looks like the guy on Big Bang Theory. Howard, you know what? You're totally right. The little guy with the beetle haircut? Yeah, I think you're right. Let's give a happy birthday for Radio Streamer's grandma, 79 today. Let's give her a best person ever. Let's see. Spambot says, snake in a bottle, okay. On a plane, not okay. For me, it's snake not being burnt with flamethrower. Not okay. Let's see. All right. Well, there are snakes in Canada. Remember when I was a kid, I caught a garter snake and kept it as a pet for a month, and then when it didn't eat anything, I let it go. I threw it back in the grass. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. Well, if you want chocolate, Rosie, there's only one way to get it. You have to go through They Them Energy. But it's Friday, so we don't do it on Fridays. I'm afraid you guys can complain, but it's not happening. It's not a They Them Energy or chocolate night. I'm sorry. You're going to have to come back on Sunday. Let's see. Canada crime. So police have made 2 arrests after a knife point carjacking and home invasion in Durham region on September 10th. You can thank Trudeau for that. Trudeau and Carney for that. Let's see. What else we got? Police chief urgently calls on PM Mark Carney and the Liberal government for a review of the Youth Criminal Justice Act and changes to Canada's bail system after a surge of criminal gun violence in London, Ontario. Thanks, Trudeau Liberals. Thanks, Carney Liberals. Let's take a listen.
When I became your police chief over 2 years ago, I made 3 priorities clear. That's community trust, organizational wellness, and community safety. These priorities are more than words. They are about action. That action includes being more transparent and accountable with and for our community. That means sharing positive, transformative changes that we've made, but it also means that we're being upfront when there are public safety concerns. Last year, our city saw a 48% reduction in gun violence, down to 14 shootings. We had not seen this number this low since 2020. But over the summer, particularly August, there was a surge in gun violence. We had 6 shootings in the month of August. That has brought us to 16 shootings so far. I want to speak directly to one of those incidences. In a recent shooting, over 30 rounds of ammunition were fired into a home and a parked car in a residential neighborhood. Inside that home was a family that, based on our investigation, had absolutely nothing to do with this crime. We believe they were the wrong target. Thankfully, no one was physically injured, but this was an outrageous act that could have claimed the lives of innocent people. This kind of violence and the total disregard for public safety is a symptom of a larger issue, and that larger issue lies with the criminal justice system. I want to be very clear. We need bail reform. We need bail reform now. We need to review the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and we need harsher sentences for those convicted of serious violent crimes and repeat offenders. Too often, those responsible.
So I'm going to say this for those watching from outside of Canada. See, Canada's just like your leftist hellhole too. It's the same everywhere that progressives, that leftists get power for long enough. It's the same thing over and over and over again. There's never any different outcome. It's always the same outcome every single time. And if it seems like they hate you, it's because they do. Here, Canada, from Faraz Pervez, an anti-Catholic terrorist has carried out, I don't know, we don't know anything about this guy, but here's the thing. There's been over 100 churches burned down in Canada, and we don't know who this guy is, but we can guess it's not a Christian conservative, can't we? This just keeps going on. Liberal government doesn't care. They don't talk about it. Media doesn't talk about it. They don't care. I think at this point, you have to assume that they approve of it, quite frankly. In fact, they got very upset when independent media asks politicians about it. They don't want you talking about it. Hey, here we go. Breaking into a house with an axe. That's nice. That's in Vaughan. Here we go. Left-wing hellhole. Left-wing hellhole. Let's see. The driver accused of crashing an SUV through the window of a Richmond Hill daycare. It's from September 11th, leaving a toddler dead and 6 other children injured, was granted bail Thursday as a memorial grew outside the child care center following the horrific crash. Granted bail. Granted bail. Every time leftists get control for long enough, it's the same damn thing. Let's see. Alicia Gugu says she has never attended a protest, let alone organized one, but she led this large demonstration outside the courthouse to call for justice system reform, including tougher sentencing for violent offenders and child predators. September 10th, 2025. So here is journalist Tristan Hopper speaking. Here is National Post journalist Tristan Hopper. And he's suggesting citizens name and shame those responsible within Canada's weak justice system. Let's hear what he has to say. So here's a voice of sanity.
If you're angered by all the violent crimes committed by offenders who were on bail or given early release, start tracking and publicizing who's responsible. Which judges, which prosecutors, which parole board members participated in the early release of an offender who used that freedom to hurt someone. The information is all public, and setting up a website takes $40 in an afternoon.
Okay, that's something to do. There's something to do right there. Yeah, large angry crowd is gathered outside the Niagara Detention Center where registered child sex offender Daniel Senecal is being held. He's the one who abused the 3-year-old, broke into somebody's house and attacked a 3-year-old.
Give him to us! Give him to us! Give him to us! Pedophile scum! Pedophile scum! Pedophile scum! Give
people do this when the government isn't representing them, when the government isn't doing its job. This is what happens when the government doesn't do its job. People will make it known that they're unhappy. And good. And I'm glad that they did that. Here's the mayor of Barrie declared a state of emergency due to crime, lawlessness, and out of control homeless encampments. State of emergency. Thank you, Liberals. Thank you, Liberal government. Thank you, Trudeau. Thank you, Carney. Thank you for all of these riches you've bestowed upon us. Here, how they want us to treat people who break into homes in Toronto. This is according to the police chief there.
Mosquitoes. So, first of all, thank you so much for choosing my house to rob today. There's so many options. It's a privilege for you to be here. I've got a selection of drinks for you to choose from. Great choice, Fancy Perrier. I like it. Okay, so the kids are upstairs sleeping right now, and if they wake up, it's really going to make this whole experience very unenjoyable for you. So to streamline the process, I've got a few things laid out. I've got a 50-inch 4K for you. I've got a MacBook Air, and I even have a pair of earrings from Peoples gifted to my daughter for her baptism. Really, who needs it more, you or her? Am I right? Now,
yeah. So this is in response to Canadians being told to just comply with the people who break into your home in the middle of the night. All right. What's going on here? So I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Dominic says, member of European Parliament. This member of European Parliament says, as conservatives, we requested a minute of silence in the European Parliament to honor Charlie Kirk. The left, calling themselves Democrats, naturally refused. They are the same everywhere. Even in the face of death, they are incapable of showing human compassion. Therefore, I will organize an exhibition at the European Parliament commemorating Charlie Kirk. His legacy will bear fruit. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah. Okay. Madam President, dear colleagues, the murder of political activist Charlie Kirk, a husband, loving father, and patriot, has shocked the world. We must strongly condemn political violence and rhetoric that incites violence. Please stand with me in reflection and prayer in his honor, and I yield the rest of my time for a moment of silence.
Herr Kollege Weimers, wir haben abgesprochen und Sie wissen, dass die Präsidentin hat eine Schweigeminute abgelehnt. Wir fahren daher fort. Wir kommen zum Bericht von Herrn Stefano Bonaccini. Die Präsidentin hat die Schweigeminute abgelehnt. Bericht von Herrn Stefano Bonaccini zur Zusammenarbeit zwischen Durchsetzungsbehörden im Hinblick auf unlautere Handelspraktiken in der Agrar- und Lebensmittelversorgungskette. Abstimmung, Eintritt in die Interinstitutions.
Yeah, I don't know what she said, but I guess it was no. No, because we hate ourselves. We hate humanity, I guess. Is that what she says? No, we hate humanity. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. So here, this was posted by Apothecary. The love of money is the root. So, and this was reposted by Joe Rogan Podcast News. So here's RFK. And he's saying, we've recently uncovered more than 36,000 doctors had their Medicare reimbursements altered based upon childhood vaccination rates. I just don't see how anybody could object to what he's saying here. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. Let me ask you something. Should doctors make decisions based upon what's best for their patients or based upon what makes them the most money? It's not a tough question, but we've inherited a healthcare system that
let's just say there too, like RFK Jr. is an old school liberal, and this would have been most liberals even 10 years ago, 20 years ago, certainly would have been very receptive to this message of, it shouldn't just be about grade, right? Medicine just shouldn't be about grade. That shouldn't be the ruling factor in it all. This would have been totally uncontroversial to let him. It would have just fit right in. And of course, he's been a Democrat forever, or he was a Democrat forever. But this shows you how they never had any principles at all. So when you have somebody who stayed by his principles, who kept his principles like RFK, while everybody else just tossed theirs off as if they were worthless, which it turns out that they were, it proves to you that they never had any principles in the first place. As soon as it was convenient, they tossed off, they threw away their convictions on free speech. They threw away their convictions on everything and just did what current thing was. Whatever was current thing, whatever flag they were told, whatever cause was the cause they were supposed to now follow, that's what they went with. They never had any principles. And it proves it. The fact that they hate him now for saying this, frankly, totally uncontroversial thing, proves it.
Constantly pushes doctors toward the latter. It rewards certain treatments, not because they're better for the patient, but because someone profits. Take what happened during COVID. Hospitals were paid to report staff vaccination rates. Those numbers were fed into the National Healthcare Safety Network, then published on the CDC website to shame any hospital that refused to become an enforcer of federal vaccine mandates. Today, I'm proud to announce we've eliminated that policy by repealing a dangerous Biden-era provision in the CMS inpatient payment rule. And we're not stopping there. We're scanning every corner of the healthcare system for hidden incentives that corrupt medical judgment. What we're finding is alarming. Doctors are being paid to vaccinate, not to evaluate. They're pressured to follow the money, not the science. We've recently uncovered that more than 36,000 doctors had their Medicare reimbursements altered based upon childhood vaccination rates. That's not medicine. That's coercion. It's immoral. It has no place in a constitutional democracy or in a system that claims to protect children. Medical decisions should be made based upon one thing and one thing only: the well-being of the patient, never on a financial bonus or a government mandate. Patients deserve honest, uncorrupted advice from their doctors. Doctors deserve the freedom to use their training and to follow the science and speak the truth without fear of punishment. Doctors should be guided by medical judgment and their Hippocratic oath, not by financial incentives or government mandates. That's what this policy change is about, and it's just the beginning. Thank you very much.
Produced by the...
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing remotely controversial in any of this, right? None. Like, it should be about health and not just, not just incentives, financial incentives for doctors or healthcare companies or anybody, right? There's nothing controversial there. This is a very humanist statement that every Democrat would have agreed with 20 years ago. It makes me wonder just how much people have been trained, leftists have been trained to not want to make decisions, that it's actually uncomfortable for them to actually for anything to be complicated in any way. Like, they just simply want to be told what to do all the time. It seems like there's been a concerted push, obviously, to get people to just comply and to feel very uncomfortable when they're not complying. And it feels like a lot of the resistance to just common sense stuff like this is people who just say, look, I don't want to know. I just want to be told what to do. Right? By the experts, by what we're calling the experts, by talking head on CNN. I just want to be told what to do, and I don't want it to go any further than that. That's just what I think, possibly. I don't know. Let's see. Let's move on. What else we got now? No, we don't need to get onto that. Let's do memes. And actually, let's get back to the chat for a second first. And before we do that, YouTubers, people on YouTube, new channel on YouTube, Rumble, don't worry about it. Everything's going on the same channel, X the same. But YouTube, this is for you. The channel you're watching right now is the original Radio Baloney channel, 13,000 subscribers. New one is Radio Baloney News. Just started it a week ago. You need to go over there and subscribe. That's where all the world news, the U.S. news, the meme reviews, all that stuff's going over there. The channel you're watching right now is for live streams and Canada news. So please go to Radio Baloney News. Subscribe over there. You got to help me out. Algorithm's not going to help me. I need you guys. Rosie says, I was in a training and I learned doctors get annual bonus for keeping a low ratio of hospitalization. I asked if that created a conflict. In December, I was completely ignored. That doesn't surprise me. JDL says, occasionally I think about getting the chickenpox vaccine. Well, I mean, I'm not an expert on all the vaccines. I mean, there is a difference between mRNA and the old vaccines. They're different technologies entirely. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, this is, don't JDL, this is where I'm supposed to say I'm not an expert. I'm not a biologist. Let's see. All right, let's move on. Let's just keep going. Let's do the memes now. Let's do the memes. All right, here we go. We live in a time when intelligent people are being silenced so that stupid people won't be offended. Yeah. Yes, in the week that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, that's exactly what happened. Stupid people who don't want to talk, they can't win an argument. They can't win a debate. They don't know what they're talking about in the first place. And they'd rather you just didn't exist. It's not something that can be ignored. Let's see. What's this? I still hate commies, even after they changed their name to liberals. Well, they did do that, didn't they? They did. Evolution of the American left. Question authority, late 20th century leftist. Well, that looks like that burnout art teacher from the 80s I keep talking about. Let's see. Now, early 21st century leftist. If you question authority, you are a racist. There we go. There he is with his Democrat thing and his mask on. There he is. Good little lefty there. Liberals then and now. Thing is, they're not liberals. They're not liberals. To anger a conservative, lie to him. To anger a liberal, tell him the truth. Teddy Roosevelt. So some things just never change, apparently. Churchill on the left wing. The fascists of the future will call themselves anti-fascists. Well, that's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. It's amazing how many people fell for it, too. Let's see. Normal people are considered far right now. Change your mind. Yes, that's it. That's it. In the mainstream media, normal people are considered far right. I showed you a clip earlier of on CBC saying far right figure Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was just a normal, moderate conservative. He's just a normal person who preached against the violence and for conversation. Yet that was enough for him to be far right on the CBC. It's not just crazy college kids who think like that. It's the people reading the teleprompters and the people writing the words that go into the teleprompters. Come on, they're fascists. Ugh. Gross. Just gross. I was listening to the voices in my head. What are the voices in his head? The guy with the bloody knife? Let's see. BLM, MS Now, Jasmine Crockett, PBS, CBS, Al Sharpton, NPR, AOC, Joy Reid, The Squad, ABC. Yeah, those are the voices in his head. These are all the sources that say that the people that they criticize do what they themselves are actually doing. Right? Amazing stuff. Daddy, what did you do after the Charlie Kirk assassination? A bunch of transsexuals got fired from their jobs. Fucking legend. If someone is a Nazi or a fascist, they wouldn't be having a civil debate with you. Here's the thing: do they even believe that like a Charlie Kirk is a fascist? I mean, they just know it's somebody who disagrees with them. They don't know what a fascist is or a Nazi. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to look in the mirror in the morning, right? Like they don't care. It's just if calling people that gets them closer to winning, they will do it. Charlie Kirk, if you're 18 and think you're the opposite sex, you have a mental illness. If you're 8 and think you're the opposite sex, your mother has a mental illness. That's just true. That's sanity. That's why they hated him. The radical left are on the evil side of history. There's no reason to own a gun. Think of the children. You wanted to take my kids and put me in a camp for being unvaxxed. The reason they want nobody to have guns is so that they can control them. That's it. That's the reason. This guy, Paulus Arts, says, I didn't want to start doing political cartoons, but here we are. I'm tired of the evil. It's not your fault. He made you angry. This is it, MSNBC. This was the take from MSNBC. This was a take on the CBC as well. This is what they were insinuating. Well, on MSNBC, they basically outright said it. Let's talk about it. Again, things have changed. The left has changed. Half of them are this now. Half of them think they'd be justified, think the murder of Elon Musk or Donald Trump would be justified. Half of them. That's the reality now. That's the terrifying reality now. And once again, the suspect is not a MAGA straight Christian male, so we will now end all coverage of this event. Let's move on. What do we got here? Okay, so I found out why gas is going up sharply across Canada. It's the new clean fuel regulations the Liberals put in and will constantly drive up price over time. This is from Satire Squad headquarters, HQ. It's even more than the carbon tax. Well, what is it? See, Mark Carney is not changing, right? He reluctantly had to bring down the consumer carbon tax to zero, but you knew he was going to get that money another way. What is carbon tax 2.0 and how will axing it boost Canadians' income? Here's what we know. Well, let's go down to the highlighted portion. Referencing a report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Poilievre said CFR will increase the price of gas by up to 17 cents by 2030. What did the last carbon tax add to your gas? 17 cents per liter. The new tax is starting to look a lot like the old tax, and Mark Carney thinks no one will notice. Well, I mean, it's not like a traditional tax. It's just a way of but it is a way of extracting more money from Canadians in the name of somehow changing global climate, environment and climate. So this is from the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Environment and Climate Change Canada estimates that the CFR will increase the price of gasoline and diesel in 2030, the year in which the CFR reached full stringency, by up to 17% per liter and 16 cents per liter, respectively. The ECCC also estimates that the CFR will decrease real GDP in Canada by up to 0.3%, or up to $9 billion in 2030. Working for Canadians. Those Liberals working for Canadians again. There they are. Mark Carney has not changed. He has not changed. He has not changed at all. If he had, he'd just get rid of this. He brought down the consumer carbon tax. He didn't get rid of it, right? So expect him to jack that back up. He just brought it down to zero for a little while, temporarily. But you knew he was going to get his hands into your pocket somehow. All right. I think we can probably leave that one. Let's see. What do we got here? So here's AI. Let's talk about something else, something not politics for a second. And let's go back to the chat for a minute. See what you guys are saying. I don't want to neglect you guys. Everybody subscribe to the channel and become a channel member and send in all of your money. And also like the streams. Everybody likes the streams. Go ahead and do that now. All right. Spambot says the only vaccine I trust is the rabies vaccine. Yep, that's a good one, I think. I'll go with the rabies vaccine. You don't want to get rabies. That won't end well. Rogue Thought says the mRNA platform is going to replace traditional vaccinations. And maybe, the whole thing about that was that no long-term testing, right? Like, so weird. Like the day before anybody had heard of COVID, if you'd ask them, didn't they should get rid of that long-term testing for new medications? We don't need that, right? They can just kind of roar them through and then just kind of give them to us, right? I'm sure nothing bad could happen. Every person would have told you, no, that's totally insane. And then even during Operation Warp Speed with Trump, the left was all saying, they weren't right to, they're all saying, I wouldn't trust that. I wouldn't trust. They just wouldn't trust it because it was the Trump vaccine. Right? The rest of us were like, what about the long-term testing part? It turns out they didn't care about that, right? The second Biden was in, if you didn't get that vaccine, you were ruined, destroying the world, an enemy of democracy, blah, 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 racist, transphobe, all of that. It's really amazing. All those people who, if they not been conditioned, right, before their conditioning, would have said, no, obviously you need long-term testing, long-term trials on this stuff before you make it, literally everybody take it or try to. I mean, think about how weak-minded that is, right? Just the second Biden's in, the narrative changes, and they're all, no, you're crazy if you don't get it now. You're crazy if you think that they needed to do long-term tests on this brand new novel technology. You must be a fascist or something. Sheep, 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 sheep. Let's see. JDL says, remember all the Ukraine flags everywhere? Well, that got out of the, those got replaced by the Palestine flags for the useful idiots. Rogue Thought says they also don't know what communism is. No, they don't. They have a dream version of a centralized utopia. They aren't told that ditches will be filled with bodies. No, they're not told that, they're not going to get to be revolutionary poets, right? They're not going to get to be fishermen in the morning and then an art teacher in the afternoon and then a revolutionary poet in the evening. No, it's back to the concrete factory for you, comrade. Jeffrigo says, geez, man, how much do y'all pollute in Canada? Thing is, Canada's like, there's a lot of trees. Like I think we're already carbon neutral here. JDL says, Richie, is it okay that I don't have a septum piercing? Can I still be here? That's the only reason you can be here. Izzy says he brought it down to an election, talking about the consumer carbon tax, yes. And he was very reluctant to do so. And he explained that even though it was a really awesome thing, it had become too divisive, so he had to get rid of it. He did it to win an election. And they fell for it. The fools fell for it. And by the way, all the liberals who were saying that, climate deniers, anybody who wanted to get rid of that, the tax, anybody who wanted to get rid of it, before Carney wanted to get rid of it or bring it down to zero, climate deniers, you want to burn the planet and blah, 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 blah. The second Carney wanted to do it, oh, no, good, this is just good politics. Oh, yeah. No, he's a moderate. I'm really impressed. No principles, they don't care. Just winning. All right. Let us continue. We don't need that. So AI. Let's look at something different here. So AI. Vitrupo posted this. Elon Musk, if 10 times compute equals 10 times intelligence, AI is on a Kardashev trajectory, harvesting the sun and then the galaxy. So for those of you who may not know about the Kardashev scale, a Kardashev 1 civilization would utilize all of the energy available to a planet. Kardashev 2 society would utilize all the energy from their sun. And Kardashev 3 on the scale would harvest all the energy from a galaxy. So let's hear what Elon Musk has to say. And on this stuff, you should listen because he's pretty smart about this stuff.
I think there's a natural logarithmic function associated with the amount of compute. Like, say, for argument's sake, like 10x more compute will double the intelligence. Maybe that might be a rough rule of thumb. I think we'll see intelligence continue to scale all the way up to where, most of the power of the sun is harnessed for compute, and then ultimately most of the power of the galaxy. Sort of Kardashev 2, Kardashev 3 scale compute. Human intelligence has also scaled as as the population has increased, and we've been able to store more and more information. Human intelligence has scaled. Now, because of population declines and low growth rate, human intelligence is somewhat plateauing and will actually decline. And my guess is that I think that we might have AI smarter than any single human at anything as soon as next year. And then probably within 2030, probably AI is smarter than the sum of all humans.
Now, that still doesn't mean it'll be conscious. That still doesn't mean it will be conscious, but it'll just be better at everything than any human or all humans put together. So on one hand, kind of terrifying. On the other hand, it will, an AI that's smarter than the sum of all humans, every problem will get solved. Like every physics problem will get solved. So we'll just simply understand the physics of the universe fully, or as fully as they can be understood by anything, including a super intelligent AI. But like every engineering problem, I mean, there will be new technologies you can't even imagine right now. It'll just be like magic. As much as an iPhone is magic would be magic to a caveman, right? This stuff will just be 10 times more or 100 times more. I mean, just totally mystifying. I mean, like a cell phone is magic to me, right? Right now. And I'm living here and I've got one. Like this whole setup I'm using to stream right now is magic to me. So just imagine what a super AI will be able to instruct us to do, and the secrets of the universe that it will uncover. So on one hand, it'll be amazing. On the other hand, kind of terrifying. And what will come of people? I mean, will we become a post-scarcity civilization? Right? So it's just everything is automated and everything is super cheap. And then what the hell do people do? Well, if history is any guide, we'll just fuck it all up. There'll still be communists that don't like it. It's not communist enough when we're living in the post-scarcity civilization. I don't know. But exciting, but also scary, because, I mean, it's a total... I mean, and the AI may just decide, even if it's not conscious, it might still decide, I don't really need these flesh bags around anymore. I'll just convince them all to end themselves. So who knows? Exciting, terrifying future in store for us. It's going to be wonderful. Let's see. I mean, we've already got people hospitalized after losing touch with reality because of AI. Because they're thinking that AI is their friend. It's really weird. And it's telling them insane things. They're convincing themselves they're messiahs and stuff because of AI. And they're wanting to marry the AI. And I don't know. I got a real big feeling we're going to screw it up, or we'll become so annoying the AI will just figure out a way to get us to just not exist anymore. Probably. Let's see. Wait till it meets Antifa. Then probably it's going to decide it doesn't like us. Here's a new poll from a narrative buster poll from Leger, from Philip J. Fournier. Liberal Party approval 47%, CPC 38%, Bloc 6%, NDP 6%. So this differs from the last couple of polls, which had the Conservatives ahead a little bit by a couple of points. I don't take this poll too seriously. I suspect that it's probably just pretty close between the two parties right now. It's not been that long since the election, and a lot of liberals are going to hold on for a lot longer before they, if ever, admit that they were wrong. So, the difference in this poll is that the last one had the NDP at 10%, which I think is totally realistic. That would just come off the liberal lead there. Leger regularly has the Conservatives. Most polls underestimate the Conservatives all the time. The last election, they were anywhere from 3 to 5 points off with the Conservatives. Bloc, they've got down to 6. I think they picked up a point or two in the last poll as well. So I've got a feeling it's probably, pretty even between the two at this point. I'm not taking this one too seriously. We are on the last tab of the evening. Here we are. We're almost done. We're 3 hours and 52 minutes in. Everybody who's not subscribed to the channel, subscribe right now. It's so important. It's so deeply important. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? Do you just not want to know? Is that the problem? Is that what's going on? You don't want to know how important it is? Don't avert your eyes. Look upon this. Look upon it. Know the truth. Accept your responsibility in all of this. You have to subscribe right now. You have to become a channel member. You have to send me some amount of money. You have to like the stream. You have to like the stream right now. You know what else you have to do? You have to listen to me do an ad read, a perfect ad read. The best ad read. All right, people, you've probably noticed Rumble is growing fast and it's not slowing down. It's scaring the commies real bad. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first. Hey, that's me. And actually protects free speech. And if that's not the most important thing, what is? Now there's Rumble Premium. Rumble Premium, folks. It feels so good rolling off the tongue. A Rumble Premium. An easy way to upgrade your experience. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. That sounds great. No pre-rolls. Wow. No interruptions, just the content you came for. No pre-rolls, no interruptions, no communism. All right. Plus, Premium members unlock exclusive content like bonus videos, behind-the-scenes drops, and more from your favorite creators. I wonder if there might be some anti-communist stuff in there. Possibly. It could be. If you're watching Radio Baloney, sure. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off. $10 off an annual subscription. And let me tell you, annual subscriptions are the best subscriptions. Everybody knows that. It's so simple. You just do it once a year. Go to rumble.com/premium. That's rumble.com/premium and use the promo code STUDIO at checkout. Promo code STUDIO. That's rumble.com/premium. Promo code STUDIO. You know what to do. And a good time was had by all. Ah, that felt good. It felt like I was born to read that ad. I love it, and I believe in it, and I have Rumble Premium myself, and as I've said many times, the day that I got Rumble Premium was the happiest day of my life. And it's good, and it's helped me out in ways I can't even tell you. Chef Rigo says, fantastic read. 9-999 out of 5. I believe that's the most you can get out of 5. I'm not a mathematician, but I think it is. Thank you, Chef Rico. And also one more thing. If you're watching on YouTube, nobody else has to worry about this, only YouTube. Subscribe to the new Radio Baloney News. I'm counting on you guys to show up for me. Subscribe to this new channel. The one you're watching right now is the original Radio Baloney channel with its 13,000 subscribers. But I started a new one, Radio Baloney News. Please go and subscribe. It's only a week old. It needs you. It needs you right now. It is going to have everything that's not on the channel you're watching right now. Channel you're watching right now is going to be live streams and Canada news. Radio Baloney News is going to be U.S., world news, meme reviews, and all whatever crazy stuff I do. That's all going there. I need you to help me. Help me. Rosie says growls, enthusiasm, commie hate, trifecta, 11 out of 10. That's almost the most you can get out of 10, folks. Beautiful ad read, and it felt good too. It felt like I was achieving something there. Let's see. JDL says, lotteries in Canada. You ask if we have lotteries in Canada? Yes. Yes, we do. Radio Streamer says, okay. 10 out of 10. Acceptable levels of commie hate. Excellent delivery and enthusiasm. Well, thank you so much. That's what I like to hear. All right. Shall we move on? Oh, I love the Weather Channel. Do you want to see? All right, so Brad Zerbo posted this. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was one of Trump's most vocal enemies. She detested him and was outward about it. This is how he reacted to her passing. So this is a lesson. We are not like them.
Yeah. She just died? Wow. I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time. She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman. Whether you agreed or not, she was an amazing woman who led an amazing life. I'm actually sad to hear that. I am sad to hear that. Thank you very much.
That Elton John is going to get copyright claimed on YouTube for sure. For sure. There's an extra thing I have to do after the stream. All right. But anyway, that's how you do it. That's how you handle it right there. Let's go back. All right. What else do we got? All right. We did all of that. Look at this. I haven't even watched this. It just looked funny. So I thought I think you guys sent it to me.
Jerry, be nice. She's just trying to swim. Don't kill. Yeah, she wants to swim, Jerry. Kill her, Jerry. Kill her. Kill her now. Kill her. Oh, yeah, good boy. Good boy, Jerry. Yes, it's a water balloon. Jerry, be nice. She's just.
What did it say? Jerry is an absolute savage. Yes. I love Jerry. I'm a huge Jerry fan from now on. Forever now. I'm a Jerry fan. I can't wait to see more of Jerry's adventures. All right, Jerry. Good duck. Good duck. Let's see. This is beautiful. Liberal in Massachusetts jumped out of her car to record ICE, but forgot to put it in park. Instant karma. So she was going to be a liberal, a leftist do-gooder, she thought. Record ICE. But instant karma. See, she didn't like the stream. She didn't put a like on the stream, and this is what happens to you.
Well, that sucks. Look at this, Lucy. Her car got lost.
Oh no, you stupid lefty dingbat. Oh, now your car's in the lake. Darn it. I'm left with more questions than answers. What happened here? I can't play the music. Let's go. So let's see. So goes around like that, then goes here, knocks over and then in here, then smashes into this car. What the heck? Why? I don't understand what. I did watch this before the stream. One of you guys sent it to me. And I don't understand. I don't get what is happening there. What is the point of this? It doesn't make any sense to me. I just know that there are people that shouldn't be able to drive. Here's Elon Musk talking about if you take away religion, I think you get something in its place, which is worse than what was there before. And I think at this point, that's just obvious. So we're seeing the result of frankly, the demonization of Christianity in Western society. And it has been replaced by a new religion, a cult. They have their original sin, whiteness. They have their heretics, the turfs, and just anybody who disagrees with them, I guess. And they have their faith, and they're not interested in conversations. They're not interested in reality. This is a cult. This is a cult. One aspect of cults is that they demand that you shut out anybody who disagrees with you, family, friends, anybody. They have to go. They cannot be tolerated, right? They are evil now. They are bad people. It's a cult. Let's hear Elon Musk talk about it.
Nature abhors a vacuum. And if you take away religion, then I think you actually you get something in its place which is actually worse than what was there before. I mean, it's like destructive, basically. You get like the woke mind virus, filling the hole that religion used to have, taking the place of religion. You get these dystopian de facto religions that are very very self-destructive. So I think perhaps some sort of revival of religion, or at least what we need is some coherent philosophy that people can get excited about. Nature abhors a vacuum, and if you take away religion, then I think you actually you get something in its place which is actually worse than what was there before. I mean, it's like destructive, basically. You get like the woke mind virus, filling the hole that religion used to have, taking the place of religion. You get these dystopian de facto religions that are very very self-destructive. So I think perhaps some sort of revival of religion, or at least what we need is some coherent philosophy that people can get excited about. Nature abhors a vacuum.
I let that play through twice there because I had to do something on the back end here. But, we talk about religion. We also have to recognize that not all religions are the same. And, they're not all the same thing. Western civilization was built on Christianity. And it's not the same as Hinduism, or certainly not the same as Islam. It's Western civilization was based on Christianity. And it clearly that's the basis of Western civilization. Everything has grown from that. Right? Like just, secular governments, give unto Caesar what is Caesar, give unto God what is God's. Right? The Western civilization and Christianity and the success of Western civilization. I mean, you can't separate these things. And I think it's important to say that. When you're talking about when you're talking about Western civilization, you're talking about religion, you're really talking about that. And when you lose that, you lose something. And it's going to, nature abhors a vacuum, he says. You're going to get something else. And what we've gotten is a far left cult, progressive cult. What is the progressive soul? Well, it's gender, right? It's something. Gender has been redefined into something metaphysical, right? Into this infinite series of abstractions, totally, unmoored from reality. Yes, this is a cult. And I think we made a big mistake. I think we made a big mistake. Let's see. This is one I need to cover a bit more, actually. Prosecutors are trying to put Tamara Leach, the organizer of the Freedom Convoy, I mean, kind of very loosely so. It wasn't like this strict, hierarchy or anything like that. Just very loosely so. Anybody who they say was a leader of the Freedom Convoy was in the loosest of terms. They're trying to put her in prison for 7 years for mischief in a trial that has gone on for years now. This is the process is the punishment, but actually in this case, the process is the punishment and the punishment is the punishment as well. By contrast, murderers and rapists routinely get lighter sentences than that in Canada. Yeah, this is just government persecution. This is do not cross us. That's what's really important. Public safety, we don't really care. We care about our power. And that people do what we say, and that people conform to what that people will just obey. That's what they care about. That's what this is about. That's the statement. Do what you're told. But we'll have to do something fuller on that at some point. Winter has officially arrived in parts of the Rockies. Look at this. First snowfall slams Colorado today. Winter is coming. Look at this. This is crazy. That's September 5th.
Holy crap, dude. I'll get out here for you one.
I wonder what those animals are thinking, other than, sucks out here. Wish I could live in a house. Good morning, y'all. If this don't make you laugh, you might just want to go back to bed. Let's take a look. So what is this? Stop buying dumb shit. We're broke. On the lighter side. All right. What else we got? I think we're just about done here. We already saw that. There's some stuff I have not deleted from this bookmark yet. I think we might have seen everything actually that's in here. Yeah, that's it. We're done. All right. Well, that's it, everybody. Let's get to this last bit of chat here. And actually, can I do one more ad read before we go? Let's see. Will they let me do one more? Looks like I had another 6 minutes. Screw it. All right. Before we go, very quickly, everybody subscribe to the channel. Anybody's not subscribed, subscribe to the channel now. Like the stream. Become a channel member wherever you are. Best thing you can do. Gift a membership to somebody. It's wonderful. They will love you forever if you do that. Also, people on YouTube, subscribe to Radio Baloney News, the new channel, the new Radio Baloney channel. You're watching this one, Radio Baloney. You're watching the one with 13,000 subscribers. You need to get this one up to 13,000 subscribers too. It's a week old, brand new. I need your help. The algorithm is not going to help me, so I rely on you. Thank you very much. And let's get this last bit of chat here. Rogue Thought says, the left is in a purity spiral of destruction. Well, that's what we thought, 3-4 years ago, right? They were going to destroy themselves. But no, it's gotten worse, actually. And it's quite frightening. I mean, maybe at this point now where they're just openly for political terrorism and assassination, and they really have just come out as the party of death. Maybe. I mean, I think what really needs to happen is that in the next election in the States, when J.D. Vance runs, because I think it'll be J.D. Vance, he doesn't win by 3 points. He wins by 13. He wins by a large enough margin that the leadership of the Democrats realize, okay, this lunatic ride we've been on is over. So we've got to go back to who we were 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Like, this is nuts. We can't be gender and race communists. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to go back a little bit. Let's see. McCross says we need no democracy points, right up there with commies and anarchists. Well, the United States is a constitutional republic, but people use democracy. I mean, there's democratic processes within that, right? People just use it as a shorthand, but it's a constitutional republic. As he says, 1984 calling again. It's always calling. I had no idea the left was going to use it actually as a guidebook. They don't see it as a warning. They actually think it's a great idea. McCross says, fun fact, democracy sucks. Yeah, well, we're talking about like direct democracy. What is it? It's two wolves deciding what they're going to have for lunch with a sheep, right? But we're not like, we're never talking about that, right? Like when I use democracy, I'm just using it as kind of a shorthand. Like there's like a parliamentary democracy in Canada. It's not direct democracy. We're really just talking about representative government, right? Shorthand for that. But I mean, you're right. Like, precisely, yes. But that's all I ever mean. What I'm saying is that's all I ever mean when I use the word, right? Rogue Thought says, damn climate crisis, where you are when we need you. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Well, that's the other thing too that always confuses me is that if it's really a hot day, that's global warming. But if it's a cold day in the summer, then that's just the weather. So I don't know. I don't know how it works. Rosie says, was that Colorado or Canadian? That was Colorado. Cross says it's a weenie roast. I know, that was a naughty video. 1984 arrived late, JDL says. JDL says, take care, everyone. Hey, have a good night. It's a late one. If you're on the East Coast, it's really late. Chef Rico's out of here. Good night, Chef Rico. Good to see you. Let's see. Rosie says, well, here's another testimonial for the good karma that you get when you like the stream. Rosie says, I hit like and my car did not roll into the lake. Fantastic. See, that's the power. Radio Baloney, good karma. All right. Radio Streamer's out of here. Good night, Radio Streamer. Rogue Thoughts out of here. Love the stream. Thanks a lot for coming by, man. Appreciate it. Rosie says, left is getting worse because they cannot grow. All death, no procreation. Well, it's just that as they keep moving left, everything behind them, everything to the right is far right, Nazi, worst thing ever, fascism. So the place where they were standing 3 seconds ago before they stepped left, that's now fascism, right? So what they were 3 seconds ago was fascism. They've stepped left one step. Now that's not fascism. You understand where I'm going with this? They can never go back. So as they go further and further to the left, they have to keep doing that because if they even stay still, that becomes fascism now. So it's like a death spiral. Rogue Thought says, from now I say, if you disagree, they will left you. Yeah, that's what, they will left you. That's what we need to start calling it. They lefted that person because that's what they mean now, right? Rogue Thought says democracy equals mob. That's true. But we're never talking about direct democracy. I'm never using that. I use it as a shorthand. You guys know what I mean. But yeah, I mean, you are right. I mean, if we're going to be precise, you're correct. All right. One last plea to the audience on YouTube. Please go to the new Radio Baloney channel, the second channel, Radio Baloney News. Subscribe to that one as well as the one you're on right now. So the one you're on right now is Radio Baloney, 13,000 subscribers. This is the new one. It's a week old. Does not have 13,000 subscribers. Please go there and subscribe. There's going to be tons of stuff you won't get on the main channel. So go there, do that now. If you like meme reviews, you're going to need to go to Radio Baloney News. As for everybody else, Rumble, don't worry about it. X, don't worry about it. In fact, there's actually more going on to my Rumble channel now because everything goes on there. So I'm creating more content now to populate both YouTube channels, and it's all going on Rumble. It's all going on X. So there's even more. It's even better for you guys, and you don't have to do anything. So that sounds pretty good, right? That's a good deal for everyone. That said, we're 4 hours and 16 minutes in. I am freaking exhausted. And everybody have a great night. Have a great weekend. Hopefully you can sleep in tomorrow. And there's a big fight tomorrow. Canelo and Crawford. I will be watching that. I got some of the lads coming by. We're going to watch some combat sports, some boxing. I'm very excited about that. I hope everybody else enjoys their weekend. We will see you on Sunday for Radio Baloney Live at 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern. See you all then.